Hi there folks, welcome to RRTV for our continuing coverage of the AOSC Supercar Championship. We're coming to you live tonight at Road America for round 18 of the Road America 650. And in the comm box with me is Daniel Leet. Welcome back, Daniel. It's going to be another exciting night.
Yeah, g'day Bernie and welcome viewers. In for a very good evening tonight with great turnout for the field as well.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we've got 34 teams here tonight. A bit less than Phillip Island, but at the moment the guys are qualifying. We've got Forzan El Nabi, who's in the pits at the moment, but he's sitting in provisional pole, and his fastest lap are 2:07.044.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal time from him in that car tonight. He's currently just shy of 7/10 up on Ian Ford for the Evolution Racing team, so they've got quite a nice buffer coming into qualifying. It'll be interesting to see if they can hold that for the rest of the race.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and qualifying on these big races is important to get you at the pointy end, but of course then you've got to convert that, don't you, for 650 kilometres around Road America.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like any race. It's not going to be won in the first corner, and I'd be looking especially for some of the guys a little bit further down in the field. Who may suffer a little in qualifying, actually to come through later on in the race with some really good strategies.
Yeah, we see that quite a bit, don't we? Some of the faster teams, they can set the fast laps, but then they fade, where other teams deeper in the field tend to come on strong as the race comes to them, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen that in the past with Synergy Sim Racing, and we always have Evolution Racing team right up the sharp end on their strategy. So I'd be keeping an eye out for those guys, and you might find a few outsiders. Race on Oz or Laser Racing even. They've been working quite hard with the setups, and even Stealth Sim Sports to make a run towards the end there.
Oh, definitely. Stealth Sim Sports is normally up there at the pointy end somewhere towards the end of the race. Synergy, as you said, is another one, and of course ERT is the other big team. But before we get into looking at some details, at the moment, folks, your top 5 teams: Performance Motorsports Chassis on provisional pole. Evolution Racing team number 1 is sitting second at the moment. Third, Laser Racing 3. Fourth, Synergy Sim Racing 3. Fifth, Evolution Racing team, the 227. Then we have in 6th, Evolution Racing team, the 026. 7th at the moment, ERA MPMS. 8th, Performance Motorsports Chassis 1. Then we have Evolution Racing Australia 67. And rounding out your top 10, Synergy Sim Racing 1. So already we can see ERT and Synergy as strong as they always are in the top 10 there, Daniel.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that top 10 currently is spread by just under 1.4 seconds. So pretty tight top 10, but even the likes of Stealth Sim Sport, who we mentioned before, they're only a few thousandths of a second out. So you might get a good run here or a nice tow, they could possibly break into that top 10 as well.
Yeah, well, that's right, and a tow can work wonders, can't it, down the especially down that back straight after turn 2.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there's 3 really good runs here. Obviously you've got the main straight and the second straight, as you were talking about, just after turn 2. The other one where you can get a really good run is if you can get the kink turn 11 just right. You can get a great draft up there and put it up into Canada Corner and get a spot there. So I'd be looking for those 3 to probably be our strongest passing opportunities for this race.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and also I'd say most of the drivers have drama in the first couple of laps coming down into turn 3, into that heavy braking area off that back straight there.
Yeah, that's a big one, especially because it's so wide on entry. You can have 3 and 4 cars abreast going into it. The other one just to keep wary of is turn 4, just after it. Once you get up the hill, you dive under the bridge, and you've got that sharp left-hander there. So if you mess the braking up, you quick off into the dirt, and you've got to obviously wait for everyone to get past. So those are probably 2 of the most critical corners on the track tonight.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Now, let's get into some business here, and let's have a look at our endurance standings as as they stand at the moment. So Daniel, we've got ERA number 1. Let's bring up the slide. And ERA number 1's leading, aren't they, with 1544 points. Second, Laser Racing 3, 1445 points. And third, Synergy Sim Racing 1 on 1130 points. So it's a bit of a mixed bag there as far as the endurance standings go.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, we're 100 points between ERT and Laser Racing. So either one of those guys has a bad run. They're looking to either possibly go down the order, or we might even see Synergy potentially jump up into P2 there.
Yeah, and the other one is, of course, we've got PRA sitting equal third, I think. Well, it says equal third here. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. But they are also looking very strong this far into the season.
Yeah, I think it might be a slight mess up with our overlay there, but they're actually showing in fourth, just shy, about 80 points behind Synergy. So if they get a good run and are able to jump Synergy or get a few points up in the race, they're definitely a chance to get inside that top 3 as well.
Yeah, so it's pretty healthy to see at the moment. We've got 4 different teams in the top 4 positions. And I don't know, I'd like to see PRA progress a bit myself. I'm quite fond of that team. They're really coming on strong as this season continues.
Yeah, definitely. Those guys have had a great run so far. I'm probably a little biased and want to see my boys do well up in 10th. Pete Satler and the guys at Stealth Sim Sports. We want to see them go a little higher up, but PRA have done a great job to still be sitting 4th and not that far really from the points lead.
Yeah, so we'll cheer on Pete and your boys as well. That's still Sim Sport 1 in 10th at the moment. I'm just having a look who's qualifying that car. I think Craig Jones was in it earlier.
Yeah, Craig's still in the car. He's just shy of P14 at the moment. His quickest lap at the moment's been a 2:08.865. So you've got a room for a couple of tenths there and maybe jump another 1 to 2 spots. But we said at the start of the race, qualifying in the Enduros is not as important as what we tend to see in the sprint rounds.
Yeah, exactly. And let's have a look at another slide you put together earlier, and that's our race strategy, Daniel. So I might get you to take the viewers through. We'll have a talk about how many laps we're expecting, distance, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, so we're looking around the 100 lap mark potentially for tonight, and like most enduros, we're obviously going to see 2 different strategies come into play. So the big windows that the guys are going to focus on are either trying to back time the race, and they may potentially come in as early as lap 16 there, but we're going to see probably 3 to 4 stops, tyres more than likely at every round, because this track's pretty hard on them, especially as you get around through the carousel and onto the kink there. So look for the guys to come out early, potentially play the card and get around the random safety cars that they run in this series, and not end up like we saw in Phillip Island, where we had a couple of guys who sort of missed the marks just a touch and found themselves a bit further down the field once those safety cars and pit stops cycled through.
Yeah, so it looks like the first pit window is going to open up between lap 16 to 22, and I'm just having a look at what you've got here. So yeah, depending on which strategy they're going to run.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're looking to come in early, obviously you're going to possibly start the car a little lighter and hope you can make a bit more ground up in the beginning. The downside to doing that obviously is come the end of the race, you're going to be coming in a lot sooner versus the guys that are able to extend that window and get on their last stop with a fresh set of tyres, and they might have 15 laps there left to run versus someone who's sitting on 24, 25 laps.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see how that plays out. And then I'm just going to bring up one more window, and that's pretty much discussing, as we always do, 100 laps, as you said, tonight, just a bit over that. The incident limit tonight set, 35, and then they get a penalty, and maximum of 100 tonight by the looks of the poster I'm looking at the moment. The other one, driver fair share, minimum laps a driver can do is 35 tonight, so that may also determine when these guys come into the pits.
Yeah, absolutely, and we see that in most of the Enduros now, where the guys are probably going to want to start with their quick drivers in the beginning to make up some space and gap the competitors, but we might see them potentially putting in the slightly slower drivers for the middle stint and then coming home again with the quicker drivers. So yeah, as long as they get over that minimum 35 lap driver range, we should be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and what we see sometimes is the folks, put the slower driver in, get their stint out of the way, and that's one less thing the team has to worry about as far as ticking that box off, and then they put the faster driver in. I think ERT favours that sort of strategy.
Yeah, we've seen that in the past with a few of their cars, and let's not take anything away from the second drivers in the team. I mean, we say slow drivers; they're not slow. They're potentially only a couple of tenths slower than what the quickest driver is. So these enduros sort of come down with a lot of teams looking to get pretty consistently matched drivers that can do similar lap times in a similar feeling car, lap in, lap out, and that's where we see that advantage at the end there start to come up.
Yeah, and I tell you what, one advantage has just come up in the last minute or so is the 674. That's Performance Motorsports Chassis 3. McMullen's jumped into that car, and they've stuck that on provisional pole with a 207.044. And with 3 minutes to go, we've still got in second Ian Ford, who's flashing in and out for ERT. He's yet to start his fast final lap here, and then of course we've got Laser Racing with Jason Bent sitting in third. He's in the pits at the moment, Daniel. Fourth is Bo Cubis now just coming out for ERT, so we'll see how he goes. And Jordan Ross, Synergy Sim Racing 3 is just finishing his flying lap, so we're down to the business end here, and it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, certainly, and we're 3 minutes from the end, like you say, so the guys are going to look probably to bump the tyre pressures a little more, make sure they can take every last second of fuel out, hit it for that one last flying lap and potentially get it. But you made mention before just of Performance Motorsports, and we were talking times. Jared McMullen, less than a tenth slower than what his teammate Forsman Albi was, so those two are looking very competitive for this race.
Yeah, they definitely are, and they're a very good pairing as well. And if the folks are wondering why we've got the Thrustmaster livery here, we're talking about this a bit off air, and basically we think it's coming down to the file size that Trading Paints is trying to download. And we've got a few out there in their non-team colours, I guess you could say, Daniel.
Yeah, we do, and that's something we're just going to have to be probably pay a little more attention on the telemetry and the data that we're seeing at the moment, just to make sure that obviously we're talking about the right team and drivers as they get around.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm lucky because I can see them on the overlays here, so I know exactly who's who. But at the moment, Marlon McMullen is still on provisional pole. He's brought it back into the pit, so I think he's feeling fairly comfortable with 1 minute 42. But saying that now, Ian Ford is on his flying lap, and I tell you what, he's throwing everything he can with this Logitech sponsored car.
Absolutely, he was just on the edge of potentially getting it off track, just on the exit of the kink there. But he's probably going to get across and have the option for one more lap. So the tyres should be up nice in temperature there, and that car will be up at its absolute minimum on fuel at the moment.
Yeah, and we're just watching his wheel work at the moment. He looks a lot busier than what he probably is, because that's just the way iRacing sends our telemetry back onto the main straight here, and we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, he's probably hoping he was maybe a little quicker to that car in front, just to benefit a little more from the draft there. And he looks like he's going to have a clear run through turn one there. So potential got a little draft on the back straight, but he's looking quite consistent and comfy out there. The car's putting in really nice times. They actually went a little bit quicker on that last lap as well by a tenth.
Yeah, so his time was a 2:07.523. Improves his time, but of course it doesn't improve his position because he needs to get a 2:07.044 this lap. McMullen, their last lap, a 2:07.189, so you can see why they're feeling confident. They're back out on the track though, and 12 seconds to go. Do you reckon they'll get another flyer, or do you reckon they're just bedding the car in and checking the setup for the race?
No, we saw them come down the lane a little, about a minute just before the end of the session there. So I'd say now they're probably set up with their race set on, and they're just getting a feel just to make sure that it's driving how they want it to go and the brakes are where they want them.
Yeah, so just getting it all prepared now. You'll probably hear me, I've already been corrected by one of our viewers when I talk about Evolution Racing Australia. I really mean Evolution Racing Team. I'm still getting used to the name change, even though it's been, close to a month or more since that occurred.
Yeah, it has been, and I think we're actually missing a little bit of an update on those slides that we had. I noticed a couple of teams were running the old numbers, and Ian was very wide coming out of the kink, and that's done it for that lap there as he hits the wall on the return.
Yeah, we just caught the end of that, and he parks beautifully right in front of the camera, so you can see the ERT car there smoking away, so they'll get that fixed now, and we'll be racing very shortly. But I guess while this is closing up, let's go through the grid, and so everyone can see where their drivers are, because I don't think it's going to improve that much in the next couple of minutes. What do you think?
No, I think it's quite steady. We just had Jordan Ross just complete the line, and he was actually just a touch slower there, so no improvement on the time.
Yeah, and still SimSport 1, they're sitting in 13th at the moment, and Pete's pulled that aside. So let's have a look at our grid, folks, and we'll start getting ready for this race. So Performance Motorsports 3 will start out of pole position with a 2:07.044, followed by Evolution Racing Team 1, and their best time a 2:07.523. In third, Laser Racing 3, followed by Evolution Racing Team, the number 227 in fourth. Out of fifth tonight will be Performance Motorsports Chassis 4. Out of sixth, Synergy Sim Racing 3, followed by Evolution Racing Team, the 026 out of seventh. ERA MPMS number 96 is out of 8th, and then we've got Performance Motorsports Chassis number 1 out of 9th, and rounding out your top 10, Evolution Racing Team, the number 67.
In P11 we've got Stealth Sim Sports 2, in 12th Synergy Sim Racing 1, followed by Stealth Sim Sports 1. In 14th we have PRF Team GTI 1, and in 15th PRA, can't actually see the chassis number unfortunately. 16th PRF Team GTI car number 4 there. 17th we have Race on Oz car 91. In 18th Redback Racing the 350. 19th Stealth Sim Sports car 5, and in 20th we have Redback Racing the 032.
And starting out at 21st tonight, Progression Racing Australia number 1, followed by SDC Motorsports 31 out of 22. Out of 23 tonight, Race on Oz number 1, followed by Team Jared Lawson 2 out of 24th. Out of 25th, Stealth Sim Sport 3. Starting out of 26th tonight, Redback Racing Team, the number 145, followed by Zuva Racing in 27th. Out of 28th is West End Mazda, the number 121, followed by Delta Force Racing in 29th. Then out of 30th is Stealth Sim Sport 4.
In 35th we have Team Chris Hogan. 32nd is West End Mazda, the 323 car, and at the back of the grid we've got Team Jai Potts, and not setting a time was Team Gary Dawson. So we're not sure whether we'll see Gary starting there, and Jai may be running just only as a single driver entrant for tonight.
Yeah, normally when they don't set a time, we don't normally see them take to the grid, but we can see the drivers now all starting to line up. So I'm just getting our overlays all reset and getting ready for the countdown here.
Yeah, it's great looking at all the cars sitting here, and they're going to have to be a little careful, obviously, with the start of the race. Being on a little bit of a hill there, they don't want to roll back and get a missed start.
Yeah, exactly right, and it's pretty easy to do, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is, especially in these cars. You got your foot across all three pedals and trying to get it up to revs and hold it in position. It's a bit tricky at times.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm just trying to find where our pole driver is on our telemetry, because, of course, folks, they don't come up in order until the race starts. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Okay. Something bizarre's going on, I know that.
Yeah, it seems to be the boys having a bit of a chat. It looks like actually the grid's gone a little funny. They've had some potential issues with gridding the cars based on the car types.
Yeah, well, that's what I was calling on. So we're underway here. I suspect we're going to be under a safety car in a couple of laps to clear this up. But at the moment, we've got ERT 1 and 2 coming into turn 1. Hold your breath, folks, and hopefully they'll all get through. There's one of the Redback Racing boys on the inside, and contact midfield.
Yeah, we saw the Redback car go off. I think one of the Stealth Sport cars was involved in that little exchange as well, so a couple of the cars are off the track now.
Yeah, we've got Race on Oz there also into the wall, and the Pagnian boys, they're into each other as well, so a messy start here. Looking at the front though, we've got Luke Harvey in ERT 1, followed by Mick Cracknell 2nd, Sean Evans 3rd, Brenton O'Brien 4th, and then we've got Todd Parks followed by Race on Oz in 6th. So I have no idea what's happened with our pole sitters, as we can see now another car into the fence.
Yeah, it looks as though the Holdens have managed to be gridded at the start of the race here, so even not having the best qualifying time, it definitely helps being at the start of the opening race.
Yeah, so basically what I was saying before is we've got two colours on the telemetry. That makes sense now. We've got Ford and Holden as their own classes, so I'm not sure how race control is going to sort this one.
No, it's going to be interesting to see whether they call a safety car and try and rejuggle them, or whether we just see it play out as it is now.
Yeah, well, I think I know if I was sitting on pole position, I would not be happy with this at all, as we see now. McMullen trying to come up through the field 3 wide, tucked in behind Race on Oz, and he's trying to get to the pointy end. But I tell you what, after all that hard work, he's sitting down there. And there's more contact. This is crazy out here tonight.
It is, and it's kind of surprising given how long these guys are going to run around. They can't win it in the first lap, so I think some of the guys just need to settle down a bit more, find a rhythm. Everyone needs a bit more space, but there's been some very ordinary driving just to begin with.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's probably chucked them all for a bit of a loop here by the way it's gridded, and once you get a little bit off centre, psychologically, crazy stuff starts happening.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm just watching someone at the back here. We've got 3 wide entering into turn 1 there, which everyone got through without issues. There's actually one car just running off in the dirt there, but the guys just need to settle down a bit now, take stock of where everything's at. Obviously we had the issues at the beginning, but settle into a rhythm, get the heads down, and start making up the spots.
Yeah, so if we're going to get a safety car, folks, we generally get it in the first 3 laps, and I suspect we will be getting a safety car, but we'll see. At the moment, looking at your top 5, we've got ERT number 1 leading, followed by ERA MPMS, the number 96 in 2nd, ERT, the number 227 sitting in 3rd, Race on Oz, the 91, is in 4th, and then rounding out your top 5 is Team Jared Lawson 2 in 5th position.
Yeah, and looking at, obviously with the incidents that we've had to begin with, the top 3 have sort of really broken away now from position 4, so not quite sure how or if they're going to be able to readdress those starting positions, but the ERT cars are definitely starting to skip away from the front there.
Yeah, quite honestly, I don't think they will be able to readdress it, short of red flagging the race and manually starting it, but I think that's going to create just as big a mess as letting it run its course.
Yeah, it's not an easy one to sort of readdress, and obviously, like you say, it takes a bit more time out of the race. Although we have seen it happen. I think it was last month when we had the Australian Endurance Series, the Shelby Series. Obviously, they had an issue at the start and had to abandon the server partway through and come back in. But I'm not quite sure what the potential for doing that in this race is tonight.
Yeah, I don't think they'll have time, because when they did that, I think it took them a good half an hour to sort it out, and Race Control did a fantastic job doing it. If they do that tonight, they're going to have to shorten the race. As we can see, 3 wide now. Got Benjamin Smith, Forzen Al Nabi down the inside. Ben takes evasive action, nearly contact, but I tell you what, Forzen's on the march. He's already up to 5th position, and this is our pole sitter, folks, so keep an eye, and he's being turned. It's getting nasty. Whoa, big crash.
Yeah, and Forzen had, I would say, he had the provisional pole on a 207 flat, so he's pushing extremely hard to get back. But a few slightly sloppy mistakes on some of the passes here are really starting to tear these cars up right now.
Yeah, well, we're having a look at the contact here, and Forzen got turned around. He corrected it, but the victim of all this was, of course, Benjamin Smith in the 91. As both cars get turned around, and Ben's into the wall pretty heavily here.
Yeah, I think Ben's probably going to need to come down the lane, have a fast repair. If he does that, obviously he's going to start moving off sequence with the rest of the cars, so he's going to be hurting for the remainder of this lap. Obviously, since that incident was turn 1, he's got a long way to go to get the car home.
Yeah, he was pretty lucky he didn't blow the engine the way he went into that wall head on. But yeah, he's got quite a bit of work to do. There's another
one just before the carousel as well. That's really blocked at the track.
Yeah, I don't know what to see. We go safety car. Yeah, this will just give the boys time to settle down, get all these cars repaired, and hopefully some of this craziness will cease. But it's been a really messy start here tonight, folks, at Road America.
Yeah, very messy. I'm just trying to see who initiated that starting. Yeah, that's quite a few cars involved in that one there.
Do we have any names of who was involved? Looks like Todd Parks might have been involved in it.
Yeah, I've seen, looks like Stelsim Sports 4, which is the 011 car, was involved in it. We've had Jared Lawson involved in it. I think Nick Hoyler was also involved in that as well. So, yeah, quite a few cars in that. And it's a silly mistake because once you block the track, and it's extremely tight there, everyone's just going to barrel into it.
Yeah, that's right. We're just seeing a bit on the carousel now, and yeah, you're right. It just became a huge concertina, didn't it?
Yeah, and the minute you see a car sideways across the road, obviously under that bridge there, you've got next to nowhere to go. So you're either in the dirt and in the wall, or you're in the bum of someone else. Yeah,
well, there's if any of these cars weren't torn up before that, there's probably another good 6-7 cars torn up now.
Definitely. We
just had a motor blow on one of the Race on Oz cars as he's coming to the pits, and he's, believe it or not, he's had blown the motor and he's had to park it off the side of pit lane.
Yeah, that was I think Ben Smith whose motor blew in that one. So he did extremely well to obviously get the car back. It was quite unfortunate blew on the entrance to pit lane there, but probably the best place for it to blow if it was going to. Yeah,
it's if it's going to blow, you know, that's probably the better place. But after limping it around, it's a bit of a slap in the mouth, isn't it, to have to then park it and get a tow truck out to tow you up pit lane. But,
definitely.
Yeah, we can see now the safety car's out, folks. Generally how this works is first lap safety, normally pit lane is closed, second lap it's opened. We see a lot of the guys dive in, third lap we're back to racing, but of course we did see a lot of guys dive into the pits with that heavy damage, and it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out as well, Daniel.
Yeah, definitely. We're potentially going to see a lot more come in once this lap cycles around as well. Now that they're on the back of the train, so I'd keep an eye. I reckon we're going to see probably half the field, maybe more, come in and get a fast repair to recover the cars.
Yeah, and I was going to say we've got Jamie McKnight in our green room tonight for West End Mazda, the number 121 that we will cross to throughout the evening. The other one we may cross to is, of course, Pete Satler. I'm not sure if they've agreed to this, but they're in our green room, so we can always cross to them under safety car conditions as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it would be really good to get a perspective from these guys too. Obviously, being in the start of this and how it's all played out, to sort of get their opinions on it all as well.
Yeah, so do you reckon we should bring one of them up? What do you think, considering they're just about to come through pits?
Maybe wait until they get through pits, and we're obviously going to have a reasonably long lap. Maybe bring Jamie up after that then.
Yeah, we'll bring him up, and of course they're sponsored by West End Mazda, so at the moment we can see the leaders coming through. Let's jump to a distant shot here and see if we can see the guys peeling into the pits. Of course they're going to do the old NASCAR. There we go. So Luke's dived in, and Marlon or Forzen did the usual, which is they pretend they're going in and then they stay out, but there's a few limping in there.
Yeah, I would expect with Sean, I believe it was, going in, he's probably just going to get off strategy. He'll fall to the back of the grid, and obviously with the amount of cars that'll go in, he won't get that far back, but he's going to be able to run a little longer when they do go green at the end of this.
Yeah, so there's probably about 10 cars that are in. We can see it now from the blimp as they go through. Maybe, yeah, probably about 10 of the 34 guys chose to pit here.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on just pit stop times. Obviously, it's not that relevant now, just being under safety car, but it is kind of interesting just to see whether they do top off and take a set of tyres as well.
Yeah, and with this safety car, folks, it's pretty certain we will be going for 4 hours here tonight, time certain. So get your teddy bears out, your little blankies out, because it's going to be a late one. But if it continues on like this, we may not have anyone finish.
Well, we'd like to see someone finish. I don't think anyone wants to see a pace car win the race, but hopefully now they've got out all that aggression at the start, and we're starting to see the field get back to sort of the initial starting point. They might be able just to settle down and take it on a bit further through now.
Yeah, and let's cross to Jamie, and we'll see if he can have a chat with us. Make it fairly quick though, because I don't want to get in the way on this restart.
Absolutely.
Hi Jamie, Bernie here from RRTV. Are you okay to talk?
I sure am, Bernie. How are you?
Yeah, good mate. Thanks for allowing us to cross over to you. We thought we'd get your perspective. This race tonight has started with a bang, literally. How crazy is it out there from the driver's perspective?
Well, Bernie, immediately after my stint in the car, I'm going to go down to the all-night news agency and get myself a couple of lotto tickets, because I've got no idea how I weaved and dived through all those incidents, but I can tell you I may need a shower when I'm finished.
A shower? Yeah. Well, that's probably an understatement, mate.
It's just potluck, mate, but even the little stuff up with the Holdens and Fords being grouped together, but you know what? They're always a ball, these Enduros, and the guys in my team, West End Mazda, and the other cars, we're all having a laugh about it, and a couple of guys just need to settle down and let the testosterone run out of the system.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have seen that huge accident down there towards the carousel. It took about 8 cars out, and it became like a dodging car there for a bit.
No, mate, unfortunately I was just ahead of it, but my teammate, obviously Adam, who's crewing for me at the moment, advised me of what was going on, and he said, you're lucky you were just ahead of that, and I said, let's thank Jesus now.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to hand you over quickly to Daniel to have a chat, because we want to get you focused back on this restart, so we won't hold you up much longer.
No problem. How are you, Daniel?
Yeah, good, Jamie. Yourself, mate. Again, thanks for coming up quickly. You guys looking to go a little longer into the race now, obviously, with the issues we've had with the safety car now?
Well, Daniel, you've read my mind. I'm actually in 5th gear at the moment, trying to cruise around and not stall, so I can save as much fuel as possible. I'd say I'm going to try and push this thing out as far as I can, because it might matter at the end of the race.
Fantastic. Well, we'll let you get settled in, belts buckled up, mate. Looks like the pace car's just about to duck into the pits and you'll be starting again.
Thanks, Daniel. Thanks, Bernie. And just so you know, I'm happy to chat anytime, even when I'm driving.
No worries. Well, we'll only come down during safety car, but anyway, good luck.
Thanks, boys. Green.
Shake and bake. Okay, folks, that was Jamie McKnight, West End Mazda. We got out of that cockpit just in time, and he's now coming under a bit of pressure from Anthony Mansorella right behind him.
Yeah, the little bit better restart this time. The guys are giving a little more room. Just watching Jared Lawson too wide through turn 1 there, but it's a better restart than what we had at the beginning.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's just giving the guys time to take a bit of a breather, settle in. So at the moment, Sean Evans is leading for ERA MPMS 96. We've got Mick Cracknell, his teammate, right behind him. But look who's in third, Forza Nelnabi. And he's an exciting driver, and I tell you what, he's not going to take prisoners tonight. And he's keen to get that car back up onto the front, or into the front. Yeah,
definitely, and he's certainly got the pace to do it. And I just quickly saw at the back there, we had a couple of spinners with Matt Stratford and Gene Newell in the Stealth Sim Sports car have a bit of an off, and those two have fallen right to the back, but not any major damage on either of those two cars.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Matt Stratford's actually, his livery has El Nabi painted across the back of it, so there's a bit of a mix-up in paint jobs out there tonight.
Yeah, definitely, but hopefully now, so they're settling down. Everyone will give each other a little more room, and I hope we can get back into some good racing now.
Yeah, on the gearbox of Michael Cracknell here, as we see El Nabi now on the inside as they come. Oh, he's going to take that position, which he does. I think Michael gave him a bit of room there.
Yeah, a little bit of room, and that's good. Hopefully they're getting that idea. We don't want more safety cars in this one, and we've still got 2 random ones to come some point during this race, so we can get a nice clean run. I think everyone will be much more happy, and it'll settle down now.
Yeah, definitely. And El Nabi, his car's flashing a little bit, so hopefully that'll settle down. But yeah, the top 3 have settled down anyway. Brenton O'Brien's out there. He's running in 6th position at the moment. I noticed in practice this car was pretty quick. He was about 4th fastest, I think.
Yeah, Brenton's had a good time in that car. They're not that far off from everyone else seems to be running at the moment, so we might start seeing some of these guys look to start playing the fuel strategy game, maybe back it off a little or short shift and get that window a little further down.
Yeah, definitely. Well, one of the people I did notice coming into the pits was I think it was Ian Ford. Just having a look, I think they came in now. He's a master when it comes to fuel saving and strategy, so we'll see how that plays out as this race progresses.
Absolutely, and we've seen that in a couple of races now too. I think the most noticeable one that I remember was at Circuit of the Americas, where he got close to 2 laps out on everyone and was able to get a really slick stop at the end there. So keep an eye on him to go longer. And obviously these guys that run these cars every day, know how to get the most out of them. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's more looking at doing this as well.
Yeah, definitely. And as these rounds go along, people are going to get smarter, and we'll see how it plays out. We're riding with Forza El Nabi now. It's quite amazing, isn't it? Like, you look from the outside and you see these cars all crossed up. You jump back into the cockpit and they just feel so slow.
Yeah, especially if you're practicing for the likes of the Le Mans and the HPDs. It's a very slow, heavy car, but you've certainly got enough time to be able to catch a slide if it does start to get away in the rear there.
Yeah, and I can see why a lot of drivers when they jump into the V8s overdrive these cars, because as they always say, they're overpowered, under-tired, and it's a real skill if you can drive one of these quick. But jump to the outside, and these cars aren't slow by any means. They're coming up this front straight here, 272 kilometres an hour El Nabi topped out at.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, and most of these two are with the draft, so even when they're running solo on their own, they're still doing close to 270 anyway, so I think yeah, like you say, yes, it is a big car. It probably does scare a lot of the beginners off it, but it's great fun to drive once you get into it.
Oh, that's exactly right. It's an extremely rewarding car as well, as Forza Nel Nabi flashes out again. We're riding with Mick Cracknell on the roof now, and we can see the Sean Evans, Forza Nel Nabi, first, second, just ahead of him here.
Yeah, and Forza actually I think he set the quickest lap of the race last lap on a 2:08.1, so he's not messing around, he's getting the foot in and wants to get back up the front where he qualified.
Yeah, they're definitely happier leading, aren't they?
Well, it's an easy thing to do. I mean, if you're leading and you can manage that gap, you can extend it, you can start conserving your tyres. And we saw it in qualifying. I mean, they've proved they've got the car speed. So, let's not take anything away from the ERT car in front. They're doing a great job. But I think as this race goes on, I would be looking at Forzan to probably extend that lead a little further on.
Yeah, definitely. It'll just look at where he can make this move. He's carrying quite a lot of damage on the front and the side of that car. But as we've discussed many a time, these cars don't really get that badly affected with that sort of damage, and they can generally run at top speed. Yeah,
definitely, and Forzan's still going to have that advantage, being tucked in behind the ERT car. Even though he's got a little bit of front damage there, the draft will sort of negate any downsides he's going to have as a result.
Yeah, and so come on the main straight now to finish off lap 7, and we're riding on the nose of Forzan's car here. We'll just see if he's actually getting much of a tow. It doesn't look like it's coming into effect at all. Just starting to come in now as they come into the braking.
Yeah, and he's not going slow at all. I reckon, like we said, he's going to sit behind, save that little bit of fuel, and just gnaw at the back of that ERT car and potentially try and push him into a mistake.
Yeah, well, he's definitely gnawing on the back of that car at the moment, and he's filling Sean's mirrors. We can see now Sean weaving and wondering which side he's going to go to. Sean's going to go defensive by the looks of it on the inside. Now he's on the outside, and Forzan's probably just wondering where he's going to make this move and make it cleanly.
Yeah, and down in turn 3 and 4, we spoke about it in the pre-race, it's probably two of the most critical corners on this circuit to get right. If you're able to make a bit of a move through turn 3, that sets you up in really good shape to get back on the inside through turn 4 on that left-hander there.
Yeah, so we'll expect him through the carousel here, getting into that left-hander. He might have a look towards the end there as well. Just watching the way Sean's floating out there, he looked a bit vulnerable, but of course Forzan lifted a little bit here.
Yeah, but how much of a great corner is getting the carousel right? I mean, it seems to go on forever and a day, but oh my god, the speed you can get and just holding the car just on the edge of sliding, these boys are really having a good time at it.
Yeah, and we just saw there Sean got a bit crossed up. He went very defensive there. Forzan was going to throw it down the inside, but Sean took care of that, and he's just trying to work out where he can make this move, I think.
Yeah, Sean's definitely watching the mirrors and driving defensive at the moment, but Forzan's doing a phenomenal job to keep the mirrors full, keep him second guessing where he wants to go.
Yeah, and we can see again Forzan's flashing in and out, and again the draft is just coming in now. Sean's weaving a little bit. Forzan's going to have a look on the inside, throws it up there. Oh yeah, Sean gave him a lot of move there, room. So much he ran off the track, and that's cost him another position, but Mick Cracknell's got to run now.
Yeah, I'd be looking for Mick to get up behind him and like I say, go into turn 3 here, but yeah, Sean did a great job just to sort of give enough room as Forzan was shoving it up the inside there. So he sort of paid a bit of a time penalty, but hasn't been the car at all.
Yeah, and just as he made that move, we were on the cockpit cam as Forzan flashed out, and you could see Crackers there. He threw. Oh, now Forzan's pulling up, so he must have got a slowdown, which can happen, can't it, when your car's flashing in and out?
Potentially, I think he'd be more redressing the position just to avoid any penalty from that one. It was a bit of a late dive there, so I reckon we'll see Forzan just get back up on the back again and have another shot.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. That does make sense now that you say it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a forceful move to try and get on the back corner, but certainly not from where I was looking, not quite far up enough to effectively claim that spot. So he's done the right thing. He's let Sean get back in front. Both of them will fight on for another turn, and we'll see it probably in a few laps start getting a bit more serious. Yeah,
and it'll be interesting now that Crackers is out in front, see if he can extend that lead as he's running. Where's Forzan? Sorry folks, my mind's not really with it tonight. It's been a busy week for me at work, so it'll take me a bit of time to get up to speed, but Jordan Ross at the moment sitting in 4th position, Synergy Sim Racing. This car is 6.5 seconds off the lead with quite a bit of work to do, but saying that, we've still got 2 random safety cars to come out. Liam Tipping for Race on Oz, the number 1 car. This one I thought was in the fence earlier on at the start, but they are sitting in 5th position and looking very strong here tonight.
They are, and I don't think that was necessarily the Race on Oz car that we saw in the fence at the beginning. I think they're still a little further down, but Luke and the boys and Liam is having a great run. Jordan, yes, he's got a bit of a gap there to get back up to Forzan, but nice consistent run. I think these guys are still in contention for that championship, so they're not going to want to throw away decent points in this one.
No, the race will definitely come to them. That gap's now down to 5.4 seconds. Last time by, well, these guys battle it out, but now up front we've got ERT 1 and 2, and then we've got Motorsport Shazzy sitting in 3rd. It looks like Sean's now going to have a go at Mick.
Yeah, it's not probably quite the place to do it coming in here. I reckon you set the run up, getting through the carousel. He feints just to the inside there, and look at getting him just on the exit through the kink. But Sean's going to want to be careful. He's going to have obviously a bit of disruption from the air in front, getting through there. So you don't really want to get a tyre off as you get through this section.
You definitely don't, because that's going to make him vulnerable, and he does the right thing. He keeps it on the surface. He's getting a bit of a run. Let's see if he has a look on the inside. Michael's covering him off under brakes. No, he thinks twice of it, and Forzan also tucks in, but it's definitely getting racy up here at the front.
Certainly is, and Crackles was actually a little wide on the apex there, which gives Sean a bit more of a chance, but he's kept the corner speed and got up as Sean's looking again on the inside.
Yeah, so if you're Forzan here, what do you do? Do you tuck in and let these guys resolve it, or do you try and grab them while they're fighting?
Look, if I put my racer's cap on, you want to get past them and show them a clean set of heels, but at the same time, if they continue scrapping like they are, there's a chance obviously they could take each other out. So Forzan's probably 50-50, maybe sit back and get a bit more of a draft and save that fuel, but he'll certainly be keeping an eye and looking for any vulnerability he can get to get past.
Yeah, he's definitely showing the nose as Sean Evans now takes the lead, and Michael Cracknell back to 2nd. So they're just about back to the running order they were about 4 laps ago here.
Yeah, definitely, and we see obviously with the battling that Mick was under with Sean there, he was actually the slowest out of that bunch, so he'll want to just settle in, get up nice and comfy behind and bring those times down again too, but they're fighting hard, those two, just to see who's going to be top dog at the moment.
They certainly are, and we'll go back here and have a look at P10 at the moment. We've got Brenton O'Brien sitting in 9th. He's battling it out with Warren Pickering from Redback Racing. Looks like Warren's has taken that position from Brenton, and Redback Racing now moves up to 9th. The other ERT car, the number 1, that's Luke Harvey in that car, and he's partnering up with Ian Ford. This car has done that earlier stop, and starting to move their way back up through the field.
Yeah, no, obviously, I think I'm seeing he's out of the car at the moment. He'll be looking possibly at running a little longer stint than his teammate there, just to sort of use up that driver fair share portion, maybe a little more.
Yeah, generally this team likes to get that driver fair share out of the way earlier on, and just see that's generally how they like to play it. So it looks like that's what they're doing once again tonight. Back to our leaders, Sean Evans leading Michael Cracknell fours, and he's tucking in. I'm going to contradict myself. Earlier I said these cars generally don't get affected too much by aero with the damage he's carrying, but I will contradict myself. I think he isn't going to get as much top end speed, and he's sitting in that draft just to keep in contact with these two.
Yeah, definitely. He'll just sit back, and we've just seen a change of position there with Liam Tipping in the Race Oz car, and we've got Pete Satler just following in behind, and Thomas Hins. Like, these guys are putting on a good show at the moment as well.
Yeah, and of course Pete's from Stealth Sim Sport. That's one of your guys or your team there, and he's having a great race. We might cross to him a bit later on as well, as he's looking at Liam and Thomas here going at it.
Yeah, as Liam's just going up on the outside there, I think, from what I can see on Thomas. So they're fighting really hard and clean and giving each other a good bit of room. But between these guys and the guys running in P1, 2 and 3, these are two really good battles that are starting to shape up at the moment. They're just being joined. I think there's another ERT car just behind them as well.
Yeah, there is, and that's Luke Harvey, the number 1 car we were talking about earlier. So he's already on the back of these guys and trying to carve through them anyway. His stop, or that car, was 11.1 second stop. The fastest out of those first stoppers was Jason Bentz in the Laser Racing 3. Their stop was 8.9 seconds.
Yeah, and that would have just been a top off and I'd say a fast repair on that one and get going again. I'm just watching this battle with Luke. He's really in a good position to look at going up the inside of Pete there as he just puts it nicely on the inside off the kink there.
It was a good move, wasn't it? Nice and clean. Pete saw him coming and worked with him on that one, and yeah, very nice pass.
Yeah, very nice. And I think, just looking in the green room, I think Ian Ford's sitting down there as well. Maybe it might be a good chance to bring him up and have a chat, as his boys are in a good fight here at the moment.
You can see now Pete Satler diving into the pits and taking their first stop. I'll bring him up and you can have a chat with him if you like, Daniel.
No worries, it sounds good. G'day Ian, welcome to the RRT commentary box. How are you doing tonight, mate?
Yeah, pretty good, guys. Just give me 1 sec. Okay.
Just watching your boy Luke Harvey out there at the moment. He's progressing back up through the field quite nicely. Had a really nice run on Pete just before, and he's just putting the move on on Liam, as we see.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight move. Hopefully it doesn't end in tears, as they all have to move right again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of carnage at the beginning of the race. We don't want to see any more, and obviously after that start, how have you guys found the recovery and getting back up through the field?
We're just sort of doing our own thing. It was a bit of a late decision to pit in. We thought a few more cars would have gone in with damage and stuff like that. But other than that, coming back out, and I think we're about 22nd. He's worked his way up, and now we can just run in pretty much clear air and hopefully get past Thomas in the next few laps.
Yeah, we were actually discussing a little earlier on the race. We were kind of predicting you guys might be looking at a long strategy on the fuel. Do you think you can give us any insight as to whether that might be on the cards or not?
No, it's like we haven't even started thinking about the end of the race yet. We're all just a bit caught out by the issues that race control had with obviously gritting the cars, that sort of thing. But you know, that's something that they can look into to make sure it doesn't happen again. But other than that, we basically just tried playing the smart move, hoping that we'd feed in a bit closer to the lead, and you know, we didn't. So Luke's now going to have to put the foot down and close the gap, and we'll start thinking about the race in about 2 pit stops time.
That'd be great. And I think going from what we're seeing, I wouldn't be surprised if we see you guys up towards the pointy end coming in towards the end of this race. So obviously, Bernie, have you got any questions you want to ask him before we let him get back and start crewing his car again?
The main one is, I guess, Ian, is looking at the strategy and what you've done previously. It looks like you guys are going to get the minimum driver share out of the way straight up. Can you confirm that, or are you going to play the I'm not telling you anything because you're the media?
No, it's like I think we're pretty standard with the strategy that we run, so it's not going to be any surprise that Luke, coming out of about 3 laps practice before he started this race, because he was still at work, we'll jump him out of the car as soon as possible, and we'll start trying to push the pace and hopefully catch up to some of the faster cars in front of us.
Yeah, fantastic, and I bet you it's a bit of a relief now seeing the fields settle back into a rhythm, because it got a little bit hairy there at the start.
Oh, it's a relief to come through like all the chaos and stuff at the start, and trying to get back out and up through all the traffic after that restart, and we're still luckily sitting on 0 incidents, so hopefully it stays like that for a long time.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we just saw Luke move up another position, doing a fantastic job now. You're up to 5th, so that's fantastic. So we'll let you get back to crewing, but before we do, give a shout out to all your sponsors.
I'd just like to thank Logitech. Obviously, we've got the brand new paint on. Finally, we had a bit of an issue with trading paints, but JRT, Logitech, GTI Springs, definitely the way to go around here. It's going to be a bit of a hard race, but hopefully we could put on a bit of a show for you guys later on.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thanks for popping up, mate, and best of luck with the rest of the race. You've got another 3 hours, 24 minutes till this race finishes, basically.
Sounds good, mate.
So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. At the moment, Forzen El Nabi, he's now looking to take Sean Evans here. Sean's weaving all up the straight, and Forzen's doing the same, trying to make a move. He's looking down the inside again. Oh, there's contact. Once again, a replay of what happened earlier.
Yeah, and that almost involved crackers as well there. So these guys just need to calm down. Obviously, we've got a long way to go until this race finishes out. So yes, they want to make the spots, but crazy driving like that, I mean, that's just going to take more guys out.
Yeah, well, I think what's throwing him is that Sean's not holding his line. He's basically choosing a line, then he's coming back across again. And I think Forzen's feeling like he's got to throw it on the inside to make sure he can take it. But of course, doing that, you're going to have contacts, as we've seen twice now.
Yeah, definitely, and we've seen it in other sports where they're moving across, and ideally you want to have the one move, settle on your line, and let the other guy get around you. So Sean probably maybe just needs to find that one position and hold it, and give Forzen obviously a chance to get through cleanly. I mean, he's trying, not having a go and trying to get through there. So Forzen just have to probably pay just a little more time and have another crack.
Yeah, that's right. He's back on his bumper again now, and we'll see how this plays out. We'll jump to the roll bar cam here and follow this for a little bit, and try to give the viewers a bit of an idea what we're talking about here. So you can see, oh, that was close. He was throwing it up again, but we'll just keep an eye as they come up onto this main straight, because that's where these guys were dodging in and out of each other, or weaving up the back straight, and or the front straight. We'll see if that happens again, I guess.
Yeah, and Forzen's really tight just as they exit that final corner there. So he's looking in the draft, and Sean's got a bit of a weave going on again. Yeah,
so he's sitting. He was covering him off on the inside, back on the outside, which is fine. He's not weaving, but I guess Forzen's not close enough to really have a go.
No, not quite at that moment. I'm not sure whether he maybe spun the tyres a little more getting off the final corner there or not, but he seemed to fall away just a touch, which obviously really affected him getting up through turn 1 as they're extremely close as they head through turn 2 there.
Yeah, there's not even a cigarette paper between these two coming out of that turn.
No, not at all. It's Sean's driving very defensive at the moment to keep Forzen behind him as he keeps it on the inside and slightly veers back to the right. Forzen's going to have to really get up close and make one decisive move and get in there.
Yeah, that's right. But of course, when they do get up close and make that move, then there's the risk they're going to come together. We've seen it twice now. Fortunately, both times the cars have managed not to find the wall. But yeah, lap 16, and it's racing's pretty hard up here in the top two positions.
Yeah, very hard. And I've actually just been keeping a bit of an eye on a battle in P20th with Shane Rayner of SDC Motorsports and Nick Hoyler. Those guys were running within a second of each other just before that gap's opened up a little bit now, but those two were having a great little ding-dong there.
Yeah, once this sorts out, we just definitely will jump back to the back into the deeper in the field and have a look at some of these battles, because unfortunately we're just focusing on this until it resolves and contact again, and I don't think Forzen's going to redress that one. Bit of a bump and run.
Yeah, a little bit of a bump and run. He's just not quite there to make that move cleanly, and obviously a bit of contact, but I don't know that he's actually going to redress it, or whether he needs to redress that one, but certainly pretty forceful move to get past there for P2.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to redress that. I think he had to put the elbows out a bit to make that move, considering how hard Sean was making it for him to get past. And we'll see now if he can put his head down and try and get back to crackers. Meanwhile, Michael Cracknell, 2.5 seconds is the lead back to these two. And now that Forzen's in front of Sean, it'll be interesting to see if his car is suffering any top-end speed, because of course he's going to be out of the draft of Michael Cracknell now.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, Michael will be rubbing his hands together. He's thinking he's won the lottery getting away from these guys to a couple of second gap, so Forzen's just going to have to knuckle down and push on, and I'm sure Sean's not going to want to let him go either at the same time there. Yeah,
exactly right. So it's looking like these two are settling in. Your top 10 at the moment, folks. As we said, the 227's leading the way, followed by Forzen Alnabi in the 674. That's Performance Motorsports Chassis 3. Then, of course, we've got ERT, the MPMS number 96 in third. Fourth is Jordan Ross driving for Synergy Sim Racing 3. Then we've got the number 1 Evolution Racing team, Luke Harvey, driving that car. Right behind him is PFR Team GTI 4. Thomas Hins is driving that in the number 52. Warren Pickering for Redback Racing Teams now up to 7th, and moving forwards, Liam Tipping is sitting in 8th, and he's coming under pressure now from Jason Bentz for Laser Racing 3 in 9th. And then we've got Matt Stratford trying to close in on these two in 10th position.
Yeah, Liam and Jason are having a good little scrap there. I think just watching Warren, he's just starting to extend the gap and distance himself from Liam there, but Jason and Liam, Jason just locks the back brakes up there. Those two are going to have a really good battle here now.
Yeah, well, they've got the overlap. He's on the outside here, a bit of a touch there, and Jason, rightly so, backed out of that one. Well, going around the outside there, you're not going to find anything but weeds. See if he gets the over-under. Great run here onto the main straight.
Yeah, no, you can't make it happen on the outside there, but he's done the right thing, just ducked in behind, and he's got the draft quite nicely there, so I reckon he'll stick the nose up the inside and he'll take that position there, not too worried or hard as they get into turn 1 there.
Yeah, so he's definitely got well and truly the overlap, and makes that move stick beautifully. But saying that, of course, Liam's now coming back on the inside. Great driving by these two.
Yeah, very good, and that's the one risk you run trying to go up the inside through turn 1 is it's going to compromise your exit and be a much shallower line. So Liam did the right thing, jumped out a little early and had another crack with the crossover there.
Yeah, we can see now from the nose cam, and back out onto TV2. A cameraman's doing a great job here, I must be said, as Liam and Jason continue on.
Yeah, and I think we just heard from Jason too. We're noticing Liam's having a little bit of connection issues. He's dropping in and out every now and then, so that also makes it hard for Jason just to sort of know where he is and moving that car around.
Yeah, it's extremely off-putting, isn't it? Because you just don't know where they're going to reappear, and it's really, really scary when you're side by side like they were when Liam was flashing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not something you want to see, and it's hard, especially with the distances where everyone's obviously located. So hopefully for Liam that'll settle down, and he'll be able to push back on and get on the back of Jason there.
Yeah, definitely. And let's have a look further down in the field while the front guys are spread out a bit to see where there's more battles. We can see Anthony Mansorella here. He's sitting in 12th position, and he's got a bit of a gap back over to Todd Parks and Paul Tajavara.
Yeah, those two are having a really good race. I just saw Ben Smith just running wide off the kink as well, and he was the car we saw involved in that earlier lap 1 incident where he blew an engine just as he was getting into pit lane there. So their night's not going as well as they'd planned, unfortunately, for those guys.
Yeah, well, he used his fast repair up, and already he's got heavy damage on the front and rear left-hand side of that car, and I think he's struggling. He's bringing it in, so he's found problems once again.
Yeah, and it's a hard spot. Once you hit the grass there, all bets are off. She's pretty much in the wall, and you just got to kind of hang on and hope you don't do any more major damage to the car. But at least he's been able to get the home this time and get another repair out of the way and go again.
Yeah, and we're having a look at the replay just to see where he did come unstuck here, and out of the carousel was probably at that kink, was it? The right-hander? Yeah,
just on the exit of the kink. I just saw him bouncing in off the wall, and just noticed too, we've got Paul Tajvara from Stealth Sports has also come into pits, and they've just done a driver swap with Nathan Thegarin as well.
Yeah, just having a look at the super slow-mo. He's actually coming on the inside of the 067, overcooked it, and of course understeered off into the fence pretty heavily.
Yeah, and you're just a passenger at that point in time. You can't really do much, unfortunately, and it looks like we might have a couple of other cars in here as well. There's another Stealth Sim Sports car in there, and the West End Mazda entry is also in the lane.
Okay, so that's unfortunate for those guys. I'm just trying to get the drivers and the teams there that are in the lane, but of course my telemetry with all these different colours is doing my head in.
Yeah, so we just got the West End Mazda 121 car exiting at the moment. Adam Dodds has taken over that car. The other car that was in the lane was the Stealth Sim Sports 3, number 016, and Matt Dipfin, I'll probably butcher that, I'm sorry Matt, he's taken over the reins from Nick Hoyler there.
Sorry, I was just having a look at what the people in the chat room were saying, and I got a bit distracted. I'm not having a very good night tonight, it must be said.
Oh, you're all right, mate. Have a coffee and you'll be fine. And just watching Matt, just as he rejoined after that pit stop, he came right out in front of Forzen and Crackers there, and was very cautious not to get in their way there.
Oh hell yeah, you don't want to get in these guys' ways, because you're liable to lose another fender.
Yeah, definitely, and it looks like Forzen's been able to extend that gap that we saw quite close with Sean as well, as he's starting to make his way up onto the back end of Crackers there. So looks like the speed, even though with the damage, is not affecting Forzen's car as much as we thought.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, does it? He's definitely cracking on, so to speak. Looking at their previous laps, he did a 209.298, where Michael Cracknell in the lead did a 209.671. So he's definitely pulling him in. Sean Evans in third did a 210.11. So he's lost a good 9/10 of a second just in one lap. And you can just see when he's getting on out of the corners, you can just see him spinning those tyres up a little bit, which is a bit of a trap on these V8 supercars.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got no traction control aids like you do with some of the GT cars, but Sean, I would imagine, has probably used the best of those tyres up in the battle he had with Forzen at the beginning we were watching, because he's now even 5/10 slower than his teammate Crackers, who's obviously leading the race. So I think he's seen the best of that, and probably will be in the lane rather soon just to get another pit stop out of the way.
Yeah, and now we see Thomas coming into the pits and lap 20. So this is for their first stop. So we were talking earlier about our pit lane strategies. I'm just going to bring it up and just see. I think we're pretty much in that window now.
Yeah, we're quite comfortably in the window. I think we mentioned it started about lap 16 and ran through to about 22. So obviously it'll be give or take a lap here and there. We had the safety car, but most of these guys will be getting pretty ready to come in and potentially hand over to another driver.
Yeah, so we can see where are we? God, blimey. Yeah, sorry folks. So, oh my god.
Actually noticed, I think we've had Thomas actually come into pits. I'm not seeing him up on the top of the timing screens at the moment, so I might just double check on that one as well.
Yeah, he's definitely in the pits. I called that before we went to the overlays here, that he dived in last lap. I'm just seeing who's taken over from him. I think McMullen's in that car now as they exit the pits.
Yeah, Marlin's in, so they're doing quite well, those guys.
Yeah, so that was a 39.9 second stop, so they've pretty much filled it up, thrown a new driver, a new set of boots, and we'll see how Marlin can get that car back up. Coming out 15th though, not too bad, and of course all the other guys ahead of them still have to stop.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously we've still got the potential for a random safety car as well, which we spoke about briefly at the start of the race, so we just have to keep an eye and see when race control are looking to bring that one out as well.
Yeah, and of course no one really knows when that's going to come out. I think there's one person, and they pretty much lock them in a room and they're not allowed to speak to anyone until those buttons are hit, but we'll see when that comes out. Of course, when the safety car does come out, it can affect the race quite a lot if you're waiting to come to the pits, as now we see Sean Evans diving in. Luke Harvey's now coming back on the straight. Of course, they've done their early stop. He stays out. Michael Cracknell also stays out, but I think and Thomas Hins stays out.
Yeah, Thomas is still out there. He's running fifth, so we've seen him in the past actually have some really good runs. Actually, he's jumped just up to third with Sean Evans and Jordan Ross in the lane. So Thomas and PRF are having a great run here tonight as well.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we can see now another driver change going on there, and that is Daniel Ackland jumping into the Synergy Sim Racing 3 entry. So at the moment Michael Cracknell's got a lot of fresh air here. His teammate Luke Harvey's now up into second, and as these pits occur, we can see Luke Hill take the lead again, but of course this car's pretty much off strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we didn't see them come in the opening stint when we had the first safety car, so they're the longest, or one of the longest running cars alongside Warren Pickering. Still yet to pit, but to open up a nearly 13-second lead, he's doing a great job at the moment.
Yeah, he certainly is. We can see Matt Stratford, Jason Bentz are battling it out here. Matt brought that car in 41.9 seconds. Jason did a shorter stop, 8.9 seconds, a while back, but Laser Racing is looking pretty racy at the moment, and sitting in 6th position I've got here on the telemetry. I reckon these guys are going to be a force to be reckoned with as this race progresses.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they always bring a very strong car to the race, so I would look for them as the laps wind down to get ahead. And it looks like we've also got Crackers here just heading in for the lane to take his stop now too.
Yeah, you can see him in there now, and we'll see if they swap him out. Luke Harvey now will take the lead. Also Thomas Hins is bringing that car in for a pit. So we'll see if Warren Pickering also comes in. They must all have to come in now because they'd be running on fumes. So we'll see Warren also come in. Jason Bentz dives into the pits as well. Now the question is with Luke Harvey, they came in under safety car, 11.1 seconds. I can't imagine they're going to be able to run that much longer.
No, if we look at the times that the guys are running at the moment, they've got about another 4 laps before their scheduled stop to come in. I'm just watching, it looks like Crackers has jumped out and Bo Kubis has taken over the 227 on this stop as well.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and Bo's another good driver, isn't he? With the way they match these guys, they normally are very level. As we see now, Luke Harvey just going past the 16 car, putting that car down a lap.
Yeah, Luke's he's starting to pick the pace up, so I don't know whether he slowed down that little bit just to help recover the tyres, but his times are starting to come up, and he's just on the high side of the 209s at the moment.
Yeah, so it's hammer time, as I'd say, for these guys. So he's probably mindful he's going to come in. Question is, I'd say he will stay in that car because they're not at the 35 lap mark yet. So he'll probably double stint this.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we have seen some of the other front runners at the moment have actually switched in a fresh driver. So obviously Luke will have the feel of the car and how it's tracking on the road, so it might be worth him staying in, but we've also just seen the safety car from the flags have just come out as well, so first random safety car for the night.
Yeah, so here we go. So of course now Luke can't dive in, can he, because the lane's closed. So I don't know if it's played to their... What do you think? Is it played to their advantage or not? I don't think it has personally, but what do you think, Daniel?
No, potentially not, and it's a bit of a hard one. He's made a bit of time, obviously, with the first stop and not bringing the car in when the first round of safety car was out, but he does have potential. Obviously, he can save a little more. He might get another 2 to 3 laps, but even to take the stop while you're under safety car is not as much of an impact in the grand scheme of things as what it would be if he took a green stop just after we go green again.
Yeah, and of course these guys were leading, weren't they, at the first non-random safety car from all that carnage, and they did a stop, so it's pretty much going to be the same thing for these guys. They'll dive in, they'll probably do a full stop, not just a splash and dash. And the question's going to be, though, whether they put Ian in now or whether they double stint Luke and get that minimum lap out of the way.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll just keep an eye on that, and we'll see as they come in. More than likely it'll be next round. Might be worth, obviously while we're under safety car, maybe I think we've got Pete or Nick currently down there. We might be able to grab hold of one of those boys and just have a bit of a chat to how things are going on their side for the race.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I'm trying to do 2 things at once here. Who do you want, Nick?
Well, we might as well go with the series organiser, Nick. He puts on a good show. G'day, Nick. Welcome to the RRTV commentary box, mate. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, g'day mate, how are you? Sorry you caught me by surprise, to be honest with you. Yeah, not too bad. We've, as a team, we really haven't had much luck in these Enduros lately, but we got Jay and Dazza up there in third, but they'll drop down after the pits, so we're hoping for a decent result from those guys, plus Pete and Craig as well.
Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on Pete. He's working his way back up the field quite nicely. I think he's P7, but having already done a pit stop, so yeah, doing very good.
Yeah, they're going to bring the car in this time around, but their stationary time should be a lot less than some of those other cars around them, which will pay off. I think the big winner here is going to be Crackers, who I think just pitted the lap just before the safety car, so he's going to come out in a very handy position, I'm guessing. Yeah,
definitely, and I think they're currently 6th, and it looks like they may have done a swap, actually put Bo in the car, so I think when this all filters out, they'll probably sit about 3rd to go to the lights there. But yeah, no, it's good to see some of the other boys up there quite nicely now. Jay, as mentioned, sitting 3rd, and Pete currently 7th.
Yeah, so they're obviously our top 2 teams within the team. and performing to it at the moment, which is great to see.
Are you able to give us any insight as to whether we might see driver changes at this stop, or are they looking to possibly extend and get the minimum driver stints out of the way?
I think Pete will probably stay in the car, just because of the time needed to refuel. Sorry, I've just got to get some cars waved around.
Not a worry, mate. We might let you get back to it, and we might talk to you a little later in the race.
Cheers, mate.
That was Nick Hoyler, everyone, from Stealth Sim Sports. He's also race control for this event at the moment and doing a great job, must be said.
Yeah, I'd say he'd definitely have his hands full earlier tonight, but as always, from the blimp we can see all the cars coming in again. Quite a few this time have taken up this opportunity, probably not through choice, because a lot of them would be running on fumes about now.
Yeah, definitely, and it's actually going to be kind of interesting to see whether some of the guys who topped off earlier may potentially come in and gain another lap or two of fuel there. Yeah,
well, we saw Luke Harvey. He's come back into the pits. He's still in there, sitting in the car at the moment. And last telemetry was 5.1 seconds, but it's not updating for me at the moment. But we just saw Ryan Sullivan come out. But so I'm not sure if something's going on with these guys, but the telemetry is not telling me that that car's being serviced.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything with that one at the moment either. But I think one of the little winners that's come in and got a fresh set might be Steve Lattimore in the race on Oz. Car 91, they'd only had I think 8 laps on their fuel run at the moment, so they've been able to sort of top off and set themselves up for a good run this second stint.
Yeah, 14.2 seconds brings them out in 15th. Luke Harvey, they are back out in 21st position, 44.7 seconds. They've chosen a double stint in to get the minimum laps out of the way.
And that's not a bad move either. We might see a little bit quicker running as that goes, and I'm actually quite impressed with who we're seeing leading the race at the moment. You know, we've got Performance Motorsports. They've got back up after those stops, and Marlon McMullen's in a great position to sort of lead off with the pace that we've seen in that car so far today.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for them, hasn't it? Especially with the mix-ups on grid, but they're up front now behind the safety car and ready to make hay. Of course, their car's now straight after that fast repair, and got Mick Cracknell Bo Cuba, Daniel Ackland in the 375 after those pit stops. Bo Elbert sitting in the 96 and 4th, then Brodie Whitmore out there for PFR Team GTI 4, round out your top 5.
Yeah, the guys just coming through the kink will just start getting set up, ready to make a run off the final corner and head towards turn 1. So, going to be very interesting just to see if there's any dives up the inside while everyone's sort of on cold tyres to gain a couple of spots while we've got the chance.
Yeah, that's right. And I'd also like to give a shout out to all our international viewers watching tonight. We've got a person that looks like they're just woken up from Portugal, so hope you're enjoying the V8 Supercar coverage here from Australia, mate, and we're about to go green, and I'm sure the action's going to be aplenty.
Oh, definitely. The boys have put on a great show so far, so I'd expect nothing less once this one does go green again.
So we can see Mullen will have control of this race as they come out of the final corner onto the main straight. Here we'll see the safety car peel in, and we'll be back to racing. We've only been going here for an hour and 4 minutes, would you believe?
Yeah, it doesn't seem that long, but just watching at the back, looks like there was a couple of spinners just as the lights were getting ready to go green before turn 1 there, so a couple of guys not really paying close attention.
And you can see him coming into turn 1 here, and Daniel Ackland, he was having a look on Bo Cubas, decided against it, too wide further back though, and I think that was Brian Borg.
Yeah, Brian's making a great move as he comes just up behind the Redback racing car there. So he's making a bit of hay while he can. He's just trying to get past Brenton Hobson from Synergy Sim Racing at the moment there.
Yeah, and Brenton Hobson often does live streaming. So I'm not sure if he's doing it tonight, but if you go over to Hobo88, you can often see a lot of his action from the cockpit view. Of course, don't turn off our commentary. You can put them up side by side and get a different perspective of how this race is unfolding.
Yeah, definitely. And Brenton Hobson's actually made a great move just while we're talking about him, getting past the Redback racing car and putting a bit more of a gap between himself and Brian as they come out of turn 3 and 4 there.
Yeah, it's been a nice clean start as we see the field coming through, and apart from the two spinners, everyone's behaving themselves nicely. You see Matt Clowett down here in the 085 sitting in 22nd, and he's starting to work on the back of Daryl Hockey.
Yeah, and Daryl will give him a good fight here. He'll race clean and fair, and I think we've seen Matt run quite well in some of the other races we've had this season as well. So those two will run quite hard and close together, but put on a great show for the viewers that are watching.
Yeah, fantastic. We've also got another person we'll give a shout out to, watching from Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome, mate, and another person from Germany. So it's great to see a lot of people tuning in to enjoy this race.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously welcome to those guys that are watching, and hope they're enjoying the action. If they want to have a comment and chat back to us, by all means jump on, and we'd love to answer some questions if you've got them. Yeah,
definitely. They're all in the chat room here, so I'm sure I'm keeping a close eye on what people are saying or asking, but so far they appear to be enjoying it. The main problem I've got with my overlays though is I can't put the driver name up and the ticker at the same time, so that's a bit of an oversight on my behalf.
Oh no, that's alright mate, we won't hold that against you, but I'm just watching a really good battle for P16 at the moment here with Luke Harvey and Craig Jones. Those two were going side by side through turns 1, and Luke's just been able to make that move stick as they got on the exit of turn 2 there, so those two are fighting quite nicely and clean, and I would expect that we'll see probably Craig will just suck up behind the back and get a bit of a draft and make a move as they come back up through the start finish line.
Yeah, and he's got Brady Myers right behind him. As we see now, Craig just running off a bit, making himself vulnerable here too, Brady. And Brady's looking for the over-under, back on the outside. And now who's coming to the party? That's Ben Twydale. No, it's not. Brady. Who's that other guy there in the PRA number 1 entry?
That was Adam Dodd. Oh no, I'm watching Adam in the Western Mazda car. He was a little wide through turn 4 there.
That's Brady. Brady Mayers is in the PRA car.
Yeah, okay. He's just a little back off this train as they get through, but that's probably not a bad move as they come through the King. He'll tack into that draft and have another look.
Just see how, there's going to be contact here, and he gathers it back up, but that was very skaty there for the PRA entry.
He did fantastically well just to avoid contact there, and that was a bit of a pucker moment for him as he's on the grass just as they headed towards the final turn there.
Yeah, we'll just see how much grass Craig Jones took out of the kink there. I tell you what, he was mowing the lawn. I thought he was going to go and paint the fence for one moment there.
Definitely was. I think we might have to watch out that the Mad Cows might come back and say they want their grass back after a move like that, but he's fully committed to getting past there.
There's going to be contact again. Craig Jones in the back of Brady. He's going to spin him, but good car control there by Brady. I think they've been watching Van Gisbergen and learning how to do all his drifting.
Oh, not wrong. That was great control, but I think that'll get looked at by the stewards there. I'd expect Craig might need to redress that position. It was pretty forceful the way he was getting through there, but great control by Brady just to hang on there.
Yeah, and then he got his ears boxed by who's that? Mark Samuel for Redback Racing. Gave him a bit of a tap and along the side, but Brady's got it back now, spins the rear wheels back up again, and takes another position back.
Not wrong. We can't knock them for the commitment they're putting in tonight. The guys are having a great run, and Brady's just summing it up there how much he wants to get that position back and get after Craig.
Yeah, and then further back we've got Nathan Tregarthen and Matthew Clowett going at it. And they've gone too wide now through the first couple of corners, the last couple of corners, and it looks like now Matthew has taken that position, but now he's getting rear-ended a little bit by Nathan, who's wanting to push forward here.
Yeah, and it's getting through the carousel is definitely not a place you want to be rubbing paint with anyone. Very easy to put someone loose into the dirt. Just as they head to the kink, they just washed out a little bit and had to sort of let Matthew go a bit there. But yeah, it's not a place you want to be rubbing doors there.
Definitely not, and it doesn't take much to spin these cars, does it? But yeah, we've just been seeing some great action down here deep in the field, folks. At the moment, Mullen's leading Bo Cubis by 0.7 of a second, and then Daniel Eklund, he's 1.5 seconds down. So they're fairly well spread out in the top six. But yeah, good racing back here. There's also, I'm just trying to find, I saw it a moment ago, Scott Butler here and Adam Dodd are having a great battle, as well as Craig Jones.
Yeah, and Adam was one of the cars we saw off just a little earlier after the restart there, so he's going to want to fight for position and make up a couple of moves there.
Yeah, definitely. Just reading the comments, it's like I'm trying to do three things at once here. It's alright, it's good.
We've got a rather slow redback racing car, car 350. I'm just trying to work out where he's hit the wall, but he's spun getting off turn 2 and actually hit the wall and possibly blowing an engine there.
Yeah, that's Jamie Owens there as we see him limping it into the pits, and we'll jump back and have a look at what happened coming into turn 1. So you're saying turn 2 he spun it, did he?
Yeah, it looked like it was off the exit of turn 2. He's just probably pushed the gas a touch more than he needed to, and it's just brought the back end around.
Alright, so we're having a look at the super slow-mo here. Yeah, he actually got a wheel off into the dirt under acceleration, and yeah, we're watching the super slow-mo. All he's seeing at the moment is wall. He's trying to flicker. No, there's no way you're going to stop that. Huge impact there.
Yeah, definitely. So hopefully those boys have got another fast repair up their sleeve, and they can use that. Obviously they've had the damage now and they've lost a lot of time, so if they can keep clean, and obviously we're going to have one more random safety car at some point, they might be able to tack on the back of the field, providing they don't go too far down and make a few moves. But I'm watching some great battles here with Ben Twindle, and we've got Mark Samuel. There's some very tight racing as the guys are coming up onto the back straight here to last turn there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find them. This multicolour thing's just... Oh, there we go. Brent Twiddale now. So, yeah, 16th, 15th, 16th. So Brady Mayer's just ahead of him. We've got Adam Dodd behind Ben, and as he's having a look now.
Yeah, the guys are running extremely tight nose to tail, and this is turning out to be almost a 7-car train with everyone pushing to make every spot they can at the moment.
And I'm just having a look right ahead of him. Brady Mayers is having trouble with his internet connection, and when he came into turn 1 he nearly did the Scandinavian flick there, and I don't think he meant to do it. I think it's just the way the car's rendering as he's flashing in and out once more.
Yeah, and if he didn't mean to do it, he's lost a lot of pace down that second straight there. So just seeing one of the guys just get past him there to turn 3.
Just saw Adam Dodds there also get turned around, and he nearly got rear-ended as he got it going again. But that was, I'm not sure who that was behind him. It was a car that was a lap down. It's a 888 entry, I think it is.
I think he actually got spun by Mark Samuel, car 032. He was just on the inside going through turn 3 there by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's right, and it was the Adam Zelli in the 886 had to back out of it without rear-ending him. He's got that position up, so they're racing 22-23. But yeah, it's getting good racing out here at the moment.
Well, there are extra sheep stations at the back end of the field, and these guys have proven that point no better than what they're doing now.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it, in these big races? The action is generally down mid to the back of the pack, and yeah, they don't take prisoners, that's for sure.
No, not at all, and it's great. It's good entertainment for the guys watching at home, and for us here to watch the action. So let's, you know, they continue on with what they're doing, and we see a few more good moves as they go on.
Yeah, definitely, and as they come through lap 31 here, 2 minute 45 to go until we go time certain. I'm fairly certain we will go time certain, because generally when they run straight through, we normally have only 10 minutes up our sleeve, and I think that first safety car's put an end to us reaching the full distance here tonight of 100 laps.
Yeah, it was a bit of an unfortunate one. Obviously, a lot of carnage in the beginning, and you know, part of that obviously due to the issues we had with the server, where it gridded the cars incorrectly and did it by class. But now that everything's sort of settled down, we're not seeing the incidents that we saw at the beginning, and the guys can get into a good rhythm and fight for what they can. But even the few odd misses and that we've seen here and there, you know, most of the guys will redress and shape up and have another shot without, you know, affecting themselves or looking at penalties later on in the race.
Yeah, and we're just having a look up the front here. Marlon McMullen leads. Bo Cubis, though, is making inroads. That gap last time by was 0.3 of a second, and he took 0.2 out last lap, so it's heating up at the front again. The other thing for people new to this series, Daniel, is the incident cap, in that it's quite unique, isn't it, in the way they hand out drive-through penalties throughout the night as the incidents points start racking up.
Yeah, it is, and they run a live race control, which I'm not entirely sure if that's in process tonight, but in the past, you know, we've seen drivers get potentially 90-second stop and holds, and that just for indiscretions that they've caused. But if they're not running the race control tonight, obviously these will all get reviewed post-race, and penalties will be applied potentially where possible.
Yeah, so we'll see how that pans out as well. We've got a few people in the green room down there. We've got Pete Satler, but of course Pete's busy driving, I think, unless he's jumped out. So he's worth a chat to, possibly. And Michael Ford is also down there, but I'm not sure who Michael's driving with tonight.
Yeah, I believe Michael's running with one of the Performance Motorsport cars, but I might just have a quick look and see. But from what I can gather, I don't believe Pete's in the car either. He's sharing with... who was he sharing with? He was sharing with Craig Jones, sorry, so I don't think Pete's in there at the moment. He'll just be keeping an eye on Craig and getting through this stint. Yeah,
so shall we bring him up and have a chat, or do you think he'll be too busy? As we can see now, Craig having a look on the inside of the number 29, and that's Connor McCluskey-Young.
Yeah, Craig's in a good spot there. If he can just stay in a nice position here, probably look towards the inside of that turn and just see how we can go.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry to jump in there, Pete. We just thought we'd bring you up and have a quick chat. We're having a look at Craig out there. Have you got time to talk, or are you a bit busy?
Mate, yeah, it's all Craig's going well.
Yeah, he's settling in there, 12th position at the moment, and doing a good job.
Yeah, he's doing a good job as always. We took a little bit of a risk and pitted on lap 13 just to try and get out of the train, because obviously there was a bit of confusion at the start. A lot of battle packs, a lot of angry battle packs, so sort of got ourselves out of it and got into some clear air. And when that safety car came out, we already had 56 litres in the tank, so we had a shorter stop than a lot of the guys in front of us.
Yeah, it's definitely worked as far as track position goes at the moment. car's looking nice and clean. You're putting in some good laps, so I won't put the mockers on you guys, but you're looking pretty strong out there at the moment.
I'm surprised the car's clean, to be honest, because I went down to turn 1 and lap 1 and nearly took out half the field sliding down the inside, so sort of got tapped in the rear.
Yeah, well, the start of that whole race was pretty messy, and I think from what you said, pulling it out of all that early was probably a good move, because we saw some pretty big accidents going on.
Yeah, I didn't see anything, but I definitely heard some people going off in the chat, so I'm happy I wasn't really around that.
Yeah, there was about a 9 or 10 car pile-up coming into the carousel just under the bridge there, which, yeah, that's probably what you heard the yelling, but I won't hold you up too long. I'll hand you over to Daniel and see if he's got any more questions for you.
No worries.
Yeah, g'day Pete. Boys, obviously having a great run with yourself and Craig. Are you likely to be running slightly longer for the next couple of stints, or are we likely to see Craig go another run?
Not sure yet, not sure. What we do with our strategy always sort of depends on the quality of Craig's internet connection, so if it's going okay, we might leave him in. If it's jumping around a bit, I'll get him out.
And is there, have you found much issue with tyres as these stints are going on? Obviously we know the big load sections as you get through the carousel, and you know, quickly after that you've got the kink. Are you finding the stability of the car in those sections is still quite good?
Yeah, we didn't have a problem with tyres at all. It was just played with the bars a little bit through the stint and just sort of put a little bit more turn in it towards the end of the stint, and it seemed to smarten it up a bit, which was good.
That's great, mate. Well, we might let you go, but obviously before we do, have you got a shout out to some sponsors for getting us to where you are now?
Mate, as always, Pagnard, Leading Edge Computers, and Way South as well. It's Craig's company, Way South. It's communication, I think it is. So they do a good job, and thanks for supporting us.
Fantastic. We'll let you back to it. Thanks for having a chat, mate.
Cheers, guys.
Might be worth just jumping back a bit in the field here. We've got a great 5-car battle for P20 at the moment, and these guys are all over each other, 2 and 3 wide, heading into the carousel, and really having a good solid go at the moment.
Yeah, definitely, and I've been corrected on Matthew's surname. It's actually Clute, I think.
Right, well we've been butchering that a fair bit, so yeah, thanks Sean for the update on that one, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if they're just making me look like more of an idiot than I am, or whether they're telling the truth, but we will take him at face value, and we'll call him Matthew Clute.
Alright, well I'll call him Matthew, you go the whole hog there with the name, and we should be right either way.
Although I think Clute's a drink. Oh, there's a 67. He's in the back. There's a big crash here. And, yeah, the 85 involved. That was Matthew. And we'll have a look at a replay of that.
Yeah, those guys were battling extremely hard. And, yeah, that's... it just locked up the rear brakes, hit the grass, and that's sent a couple of cars spinning there.
Yeah, well, the 67 came together with the 85, and then the 67's got into the back of his teammate, the 94, and oh, look at the redback guy. He's threading the needle. He must be the luckiest driver out of the lot of them there.
Yeah, definitely. He'll want to give the car a good kiss when he gets back after that one. But we've been watching them, and they've been going extremely hard as they get to the end of this stint now.
Yeah, so quite a bit of action there. And yeah, hold your breath, folks. It's only going to get better from here. I heard Mr. Thompson's going to jump in the car soon, and I reckon when that happens, all hell's going to break loose.
Yeah, definitely. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm sure he'll get out there and have a good run. But they're sitting down a little bit in the field, but I think he'll push on as they get through towards the end of this race.
Yeah, exactly right. And I'm only joking, Sean. You're a fantastic driver and you're a great sport. So once you get in the car, best of luck, mate.
And we should have a quick look back up the front here. We've got Bo Kubis and Marlon Jones. They're quite quick, but what are they? 2 tenths between them. So they're fighting incredibly hard at the moment for that top spot.
They certainly are, and we just saw Marlon go off track there, and he comes straight off in front of Bo and said, "You're not going to get it that easy. You're going to have to fight for this."
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once you're in front, you don't obviously want to let the position go, so he'll do whatever he can to defend it within reason, and hopefully, obviously doesn't cause any untoward to Bo and that team, and they can in turn have a great shot and put it up the inside and take that spot.
Oh, definitely. Well, these two cars have been pretty much racing most of the race, haven't they, in the top two positions. Of course, they did have the other ERA car, but it's down in 5th at the moment. So I guess they're getting used to this close battle tonight. Yeah,
definitely. And obviously, if you're that close for this many laps, you start to get a feel of where guys are looking to make a move and how they react around you. So you can predict sort of what's happening. But another one we need to probably keep a good eye on too is P3 and 4, the Synergy Sim Racing cars. They're starting to come up through the field, and just looking at Daniel Ackland, since the start of this race, that team has made up 19 spots so far. So to be running in 4th where they are and on strategy with everyone else, those guys are doing a phenomenal job tonight.
Yeah, they certainly are, and while the two up front fight, these two can work together, the two Synergy Sim Racing boys, that's Brenton Hobbs and Daniel Ackland, and see if they can tow themselves back up into the action here. 7 seconds down, and potentially another random safety car sometime tonight. So they've got plenty of time to do it. Yeah,
definitely. And just looking at where their fuel numbers are, they're within a lap of Jared. So of Marlon McMullen. So they're in a pretty good position heading in towards the second half of this race.
Bo Cubis on the inside, Marlon McMullen on the outside, and Bo gets that move done and takes the lead. Those two were fighting down that straight under brakes, and great awareness by both of them to fight so hard and not make contact.
Yeah, definitely, and it looked like Marlon just got a little bit of a wiggle as he locked the brake coming into that corner as well. So great car control from himself not to obviously spin and take either of those two out.
Yeah, definitely. So the roles are reversed once again here at Road America, and I reckon this battle is going to pretty much continue on, hopefully for the rest of the night. And it'd be great though to get the two Synergy boys up here.
Yeah, definitely. We'll look to have a chat with those guys at the end of the race, and I'm just trying to work out. Looks like Sean Thompson's being given a black flag. I'm just trying to work out what's brought that on.
Okay. Is Sean actually out in the car though? I can't see him.
I'm not too sure. Let me just double check. It's car number 085. So let's just have a quick look and see what's going on with those guys.
Yeah, that's Matthew Clute.
Right.
So I'm not sure what the black flag would be for.
No, not sure either. Unless that was something to do with the spin that we saw them having in turn 3. But I might just have a quick chat with race control so we can get some bit of light on that one as well.
Yeah, it could also be if they've hit the incident limit as well.
Yeah, that's something we haven't really spoken a lot of tonight, so that's definitely potential for that. And if we have a look, I think that car's currently sitting at 36 incidents.
Yeah, so it kicks in at 35, doesn't it? So that's probably what that is.
Yeah, by the looks. So I'll just double check with race control, and once I get an update, we'll pass that along through to the viewers.
Yeah, no worries. That'd be great, Daniel. So at the moment, folks, your top 5. We've got Bo Cubis leading the way. Let's bring up the driver info. Evolution Racing Team, the 227, is leading. Performance Motorsport Chassis 3. Mullen McMullen currently driving that car, teamed up with Forzen Al Nabi. Brenton Hobson for Synergy Sim Racing is sitting in 3rd at the moment in the 88, followed by Daniel Ackland in the 375, and he's currently coming under attack by Ryan O'Sullivan for Evolution Racing Team 026.
Yeah, we've actually just got word from Sean in the chat that was actually due to the incident limit. So those guys just received that penalty, and they'll just need to get back on song and push ahead.
Yeah, well, the thing is, there's been a lot of action earlier on in this race, so I would be suspecting quite a few teams would be right on that incident limit, and we're going to see a few more pit and holds before the night's out. Yeah,
definitely. We've got a few that are up there reasonably high or close to that limit, so we just need to potentially just keep an eye on them and see whether that'll affect them later on at this point.
Yeah, and it looks like the 085 now has gone down a lap because of that hold. So yeah, these incident penalties, they can be quite costly, can't they? Yeah, definitely. I don't think it's as long a stop on this circuit as what you might get at somewhere like Monza or that, but if you're in there for at least a 90-second stop, that's still a lot of time that you've got to make up on the back end of this race. Yeah, definitely, and we're just having a look at the moment, riding on the roof cam of Ryan O'Sullivan's car here in 5th. He's trying to get 4th away from Daniel Ackland for Synergy Sim Racing, just ahead of him, and of course you can see the 085 just ahead of them, 1 lap down. Yeah, I don't think Matthew will get in the way of this one. He'll let those guys just get through and continue on with their fight, but it's a great little battle that's starting to shape up between Daniel and Ryan there. Yeah, definitely, and Ryan's been slowly closing in on the back of Daniel, and I think Daniel's sort of keeping an eye on him too, because he's dropped off from his teammate Brenton Hobson. Yeah, he has a little bit, and I'm not sure if that gap had opened up just before Matthew had rejoined the circuit after his stop, but possibly using the tyres a little more, or being a little more defensive now as Ryan comes up on the back of him. Yeah, and what we've seen tonight is it's one thing catching them, but it's another thing passing them around this circuit. Well, it is, and it's not only just passing; it's doing it cleanly and not taking anyone out of the way. So they've got to size up the move sharply as they get up there and do the best. But I think this is going to sort of set us up pretty nicely now for the back end of this race. Yeah, definitely 2 hours, 28 minutes till this race goes time certain, 39 laps down out of the 100. So we're just, pretty much over a third of this race now. Yeah, so if we get some nice clean running now, and I don't think we'll see too many issues as Matthew just steps aside and lets Ryan and Daniel get through there in turn 1. They might be able to make up a little bit of time and potentially get majority of these laps out of the way now. Yeah, I'm having a look at our retirements as well. It looks like we might have lost the number 10 car. Chris Hogan was driving that. They are 35 laps down at the moment and showing white on my telemetry. Yeah, I've noticed a few cars that seem to have gone by the wayside tonight. Looks like we've got car 99, Motorsport Chassis 1 car, that looks like it's been parked up. The Race on Oz car 91 has called it a night too as well. It looks like the 97 Jared Lawson was driving that car. Looks like that car has also parked up. So we've had about 4 retirements so far out of the 30, how many stars we have? 33 starters. Yeah, and that's not the worst that we've seen. We've obviously seen other races where we've had a much higher rate of attrition. So to have only lost 4 at this point, obviously goes to the strength of the car, and the guys that did get involved in that first incident driven rather smartly after having a repair. Yeah, that's right. And just having a look back here, Adam Dodds at the moment in 17th position. He's having a bit of a battle with Nathan in the 67 car, as we can see Nathan once again closing up under brakes. Yeah, and Nathan's
making him work for that is, as you see Adam, just a little bit loose getting in towards the carousel, and another one just in front of him, Daryl Hockey and Connor McCluskey are shaping up for another good battle as well. So two little packs, just in front of each other, should be good racing.
Yeah, definitely, and that's a good thing about this sort of racing, isn't it? No matter where the guys are on the track, they can generally find a dance partner to go and have a bit of fun.
Well, definitely, and I mean, it gets very boring if you're sitting there on your own with no one around you. You kind of wonder a little why you do it if you're down the back of the field. So to have a bit of action here certainly makes your night a little better and not as bad when you get to the end of it.
Yeah, I generally, when I drive, I normally find myself out on that person with nobody around them, and then I just feel like I'm just Uber driving.
Look, we've all been there, but I think the guys tonight obviously want to put on a good show with the sponsors and get the cars back up as far as they can, and the points that they're going to get from tonight obviously will help with that endurance championship, but it'll also tie in, I believe, with the series championship as well. So they're not just going to want to park it and throw it away. Every position is a few more points that'll help them on that tally.
Yeah, exactly right. Sorry, I wasn't listening to you. I was reading all the viewers' comments there. But any points you can get definitely adds to the tally. As we see the 67 getting a bit taily under brakes again, and the 90. Who was that? Race on Oscar, Scott Butler there getting it all wrong under brakes, and he just shot forwards, but he's got it back on track now.
Yeah, Scott's probably just overdriving that car just a touch, so just back it down just a smidge and he'll find a little bit more pace and get up to those four cars in front, which is still nose to tail, and we might even see a bit of a four-car train start to shape up here.
Yeah, well, if the other two can close on the back of Connor McCluskey, who we've got on camera now, and Daryl Hockey just ahead of him, it'll definitely turn into a four-car battle. They're not that far behind.
No, not at all, and a little bit of a stealth Sim Sports sandwich there with cars front and back there.
Yeah, as we ride on the nose cam here, and you see the battle going on ahead of them.
One thing I am noticing as this race is going on, we're getting an awful lot of dirt pickup, which these guys are going to have to start being very cautious of with the braking lines and the turn-in points, and you see a lot of it just on the exit of the final corner here, and just as they come up at the end of the kink, little straight there's a massive amount of dirt, so anyone caught offline on that stuff potentially is looking at the wall.
Oh, definitely, and we can see now Adam Dodd diving into the pits to get that car serviced. But yeah, you're definitely right, the V8 supercars tend to throw a lot of dirt up on the circuit, and as this race progresses it does become quite a skill to avoid, and especially as they come down through the kink here into that tight right-hander. Not sure, is that Canada corner? I'm not sure what it's called. But through that little S-bend, a lot of dirt normally builds up through there.
Yeah, so yeah, that is kind of the corner that you're referring to there, and there is, and the guys are trying to maximise every little bit of road they can, while at the same time avoiding those 1x off tracks. Just as we see Dale just getting a little slow as he gets out of that corner just after Corvette Bridge there.
Yeah, we're just riding on the roof cam here at the moment, and to show you where that dirt is building up. It's definitely building up through Canada Corner. Right in the middle there's a big pile of dirt, and then on the outside. So as the race progresses, Daniel, it becomes pretty much a one-lane part of the circuit through there.
Yeah, which is a little bit of a shame too, because I mean that's a great passing opportunity. If you get alongside them on the exit of Canada there, you can potentially make that move, and we saw a little earlier with Forzan and Sean pushing side by side getting through it, but to lose a lane there, that just makes it that little bit harder for you.
Yeah, it certainly does, and last time by the end of the race there was a lot of dirt down there. It's already starting to build up, and as we're riding now with Daniel Ackland in second position, we just saw Ryan O'Sullivan make that move, take it, but Daniel's coming back on the inside to snap it back.
Yeah, Daniel's he's pushing on exceptionally well here to get ahead of Ryan, and Ryan's not making it easy for him as he hugs him on the outside through under Corvette Bridge there. So really good battle that is shaping up between these two, and just as we go forward, they're starting to gap. Starting to fall off the back of Bo there, who's 12 seconds up the road now. So Bo certainly having a really strong push, and Daniel will just have to keep an eye that he doesn't fall too far behind Ryan there.
Yeah, well, they've only got one more random safety car, and then it's going to be the race to the end. So, and of course, we don't know when that's going to come out. But saying that, you don't want to let Bo travel off into the distance. You want to be pushing him as hard as you can.
No, definitely not. And to see the ERT cars gapping the field as consistently as they are, I think just looking at the times, Bo was nearly half a second clear of Daniel on that final lap, and obviously a bit of that's to do with the battle with Ryan, but he's extending the lead right now where he needs to get ready for that stop, which will be coming up very soon.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at that second pit window, pretty much just about on it as now. We see Daniel dive into the pits last minute to take his service, and I tell you what, he left it to the last minute so that Ryan couldn't come in and follow him, basically.
It's a very risky move doing that, because if Ryan had a bit of a sniff and was getting on the inside, that could have ended extremely badly for Daniel there and potentially in the wall. So Ryan did a great job just to miss him, and looks like we've got a couple of other cars. Anthony Mansarella's come in, and Bo Albert as well as in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, so it's time for the pit lane shuffle, and I'm doing a lot of dance name drops tonight, aren't I?
Yeah, mate, not wrong at all, and this is good. I mean, the guys are going really well. It looks like I think Jordan Ross is back in that car now for Synergy, so they're still in the lane, so they're doing quite well.
And Riley Blythe's jumped in the 67 for Evolution Racing Team, and you can see the Trading Paints trying to update the colours here once more.
Yeah, it's one of those things with Trading Paints. It'll keep going, and we see it every now and then with a little refresh, but hopefully might get all the cars painted up at the end there.
Yeah, you can see the battle between Craig Jones and Brady in the PRA entry continues here, folks. They are now positioned 3rd and 4th due to pit stops. But I love the way that PRA is presented. It's a nice paint job, that one.
It is, and the bright of the orange really pops with that car, and looks quite good. I mean, that doesn't take anything away from the Craig Jones car in front of him, but the orange is maybe a little bit more in your face and sort of helps you recognise it. But these two guys are going great. And, we spoke to Pete earlier. He was keeping a good eye on Craig, and those guys are slowly making their march up at the front now.
Yeah, they certainly are, and that's the thing with these endurance races. We focus a lot on the driver because they're the ones in the car racing, but there's a hell of a lot going on behind the scenes with their teammates or team managers there, working out all their pit strategies, getting them in, keeping them out of trouble. Not only that, if they're getting a bit flustered, to help talk them or coach them or keep their mind on the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, having someone to either assist you with spotting or to keep an eye on what's around you and settle you down to get you in your rhythm makes a big difference. And some of these guys obviously just prefer the shut up, leave me alone attitude, and I'll figure it out and go. And some of the other guys really benefit from having someone sort of coach them and mentor them as they get around this racetrack tonight.
Yeah, exactly right. And some of them even do the live spotting for them if they need it. And that can help a lot as well. But saying that, some also just use the automated spotter, and that's fine as well.
Oh, it certainly is. And I know when we sort of wrap up the series at Bathurst and the likes, If you can have someone live spot you rather than waiting on the in-game system to do it for you, that's a big bonus, because they can obviously look further ahead, see any issues that are aware, and let you know where you need to be looking to get through those.
Yeah, exactly right. The other thing they can do is keep an eye on your competition and their pit stops and who's in the car, and try to let you know what strategy they think your competitors are running as well.
Oh yeah, definitely, and not just that. I mean, you take the fact of having someone who's crewing for you. They can set the car up ready for the next stop. That means all you're doing as a driver is just focusing on getting it through. Take that away from your single driver races, where like your sprint rounds and that, where you're trying to manage that on the go, as well as look at who's around you and all that. It definitely helps in taking that load off you and getting you through.
Yeah, definitely. With the sprint races though, can't you still have a manager come in or crew for you? Is that possible or not?
I believe you can have a spotter, but because you're not effectively lining up in the same cars, you still need to manually set that on your own. So you might see guys will look at doing it while they're sitting on the grid before the lights go out, or if they can pick a long straightaway, they might be able to get some of the changes done there before they have to stop.
Okay, so that might be something iRacing might be able to fix one day, is for the sprint type races to allow you to have a crew manager come in just to tweak the car and help you in that regard.
Yeah, it'd be nice, but I mean, we've got software now where you can use voice commands to do that type of a thing for you. So if you want to flash out and get a bit of stuff like that, that makes it a great thing. But to have the ability for iRacing to do something like that along the way would be fantastic. And maybe in a few builds down the line, that's something that we might see.
Yeah, definitely, because iRacing's always looking at improving. And speaking of releases, we've got one coming up, I think next week, probably next Wednesday night Australian time. And of course they're releasing the new GTE cars, the Ferrari and the Ford making their debut on the service. Yeah,
well, it's going to be fantastic to have a couple of new cars, and I'm super excited to get behind the wheel of the Ferrari. I think that looks an amazing piece of kit. But if we're lucky enough to get those before Le Mans 24-hour, I can see a lot of people wanting to jump out of the HPD and potentially the Porsche and get into those cars.
Yeah, well, it's sort of causing a little bit of conjecture, isn't it, about the Le Mans and about which cars are going to be making the lineup. And I guess some people are going to be excited about it, some people are going to be frustrated, but that's the way it is, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, it'll potentially replace some cars that we may have seen in the Le Mans, but it will bring them a little bit closer to what we'd see with the HPD. There's quite a big gap, you've noticed, between HPD and GT3s, and we see that in the Australian Endurance Series. So having those newer cars will obviously bring that gap down, but everyone's is looking forward to it. I mean, I said I'm looking forward to Ferrari. I love the look of that Ford as well, and if they can get the sounds as good as the real life stuff, holy hell, we're in for a lot of fun. Yeah,
we certainly are. I'm pretty partial to the Ford GTE, but of course I'm not going to get to drive it for a while now, because short of me jumping in with a joystick, I don't think I'll be doing much driving for the next year or two.
Oh, look, there's no harm in doing that, mate, and I'm sure there are plenty of young guys in your area that would love to get you around for a beer and jump in the sim and have a run yourself.
Yeah. Well, I actually started off on iRacing with the joystick before I got my first set of pedals, and I had to retire for about 3 months because I took out the leader in one of the Skip Barber races, and I felt so bad I waited till I could buy myself a steering wheel.
Yeah, and I mean, I've just gone to a mate's place recently and jumped behind his rig, and going from the direct drive that he had and the amazing HPP pedals to the spongy V2 Fanatic pedals and the old Fanatic GT3 RS just feels like toys. So I can imagine the feeling you would have felt going from the joystick up.
Yeah, well, exactly right. It's I tell you what, if you've ever tried driving one of these cars with a joystick, I highly do not recommend it. You've got to have pinpoint accuracy, and I guess it's the equivalent of jumping in a real car with a little joystick and trying to drive one of those things.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, this day and age, with the pricing and what the gear is, there's no reason you should be doing that now anyway. So, I mean, we see it on the Australian forums. You know, guys either offering up wheels or parting them out very cheaply. And, you know, you can get a new kit now for $300 to $500 Australian now. So, depending on your budget, something for everyone.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's great, isn't it? And Logitech's a very big backer of our simulation or the esports, especially down under. They're backing the Evolution Racing team, and those two have made a fantastic partnership and benefits both parties. So, you know, having hardware at all different levels makes this hobby very accessible, which is fantastic.
Oh, it certainly does, and Logitech's been out there for years. You know, you've got the likes of Thrustmaster, and you know, then you've got resellers in Australia with the likes of Agnium Imports, who obviously is sponsoring the Stealth Sim Sport cars. They carry, you know, your Fanatic, your Thrustmaster, and all that sort of gear as well. So, really no reason you shouldn't have a wheel and pedal set if you're doing it, and obviously for the price that they can get you into it, certainly fantastic.
Oh, definitely. And we're riding with Liam at the moment. He went pretty hot in under brakes there. He's actually having a battle with Nathan Tregarthen just ahead of him, and Jamie Owens just ahead of them. So these three are having a good battle, but of course Liam's got a bit of work to do now to try to catch on the back of them again. Yeah,
and Liam's only recently come out of his stop. He's been at it for just on 5 laps now, and Nathan's lap 2 after his stint. So the tyres for both of these guys will be coming up, but again, they're going to have full tanks on board, so potentially a little bit of a reset on the bars and push on from there.
Yeah, we can see down at Canada Corner the dirt is definitely building up mid-corner through there, so it's getting interesting through there because it's building up on the inside as well as the middle part of that corner, right on the apex.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird spot where the dirt sort of seems to be finding its place, so I don't know whether that's something iRacing can potentially look at changing, but it's almost turned into a bit of a dirt track, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does, and I'm not sure what it is. I think it's just because the V8s use so much of the circuit and, you know, the sides of it, that it just carries all that dust and dirt onto the circuit, and it tends to happen more in this category than others.
Yeah, it does, but I think to the nature of this circuit and the potential to run a little bit wider with the exit that you can have here, it probably doesn't really matter what car you're in, you're going to get a bit of dirt build up as well. Yeah,
that's right. But I've just noticed with the V8s more than anything else, so which is fine. You know, you expect it on the V8s because they're generally far more aggressive on the way they use the circuit, and that's great. It's good realism.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're looking for every tenth of second, every millimetre of road to get the most out of the car. So I think the way iRacing have done it overall, you know, it's a great realism for everyone that's having a run.
Definitely. I'm just having a look at our race leader, Forza Nabi, in the 674. He's got no front bonnet on that car. I'm just trying to work out when that's occurred, because last time we saw it, that car looked pretty straight.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure there, but Forzan looks like he was in pits about 7.5 laps ago, so potentially had a bit of an off track or a spin, and that car's going to have to be careful. They're slowly etching up towards that pit limit as well. Yeah,
we've got the replay now to see exactly where he's come off here, and it was on lap 46.
Yeah, okay, so that's, 2 laps ago now that he's had that little excursion, so I don't think we'll see him come into pits until the end of that stint, providing the top speeds are not too bad, and looking at the moment, they still seem to be quite good. He's pushing on quite well with the times at the moment as well.
Yeah, just having a look, he's coming past one of the lapped cars, I'm just going to stick with it because I want to see exactly what's happened to him, because it has been a fairly big impact if he's lost that whole front bonnet area of that car. It's interesting because we had him also have an issue on lap 48, so we'll jump to that part, and he's already lost that. So it's happened, looks like probably around about lap 47. He's had some incident that we haven't picked up on here.
It's a bit of a shame, but like we said, that car is still running on a good pace. He's a tenth quicker than what Ian Ford was on the last lap around, so he's not suffering too badly, so let's just see how he tracks on for the rest of this stint.
Yeah, and 6.7 seconds, he's got, as you said, a huge lead, and he's tracking well, so they'll just keep on going until the end of his stint, I think, and then throw another panel on the car. As far as fast repairs go, are you across how many they can use on this? Have they got a limit, or is it pretty much free for all?
No, there is a 2 fast repair limit for this race. So for any of the guys that we've seen that have either got tore up in that first couple of lap incident or a little bit later on, they've either used them all now or potentially may have one left. So hopefully, Forzen may have one left. I think we saw a bit of damage on them at their opening stop, and if they have got the one left, they should be right to go to the end.
Okay, fantastic. I'm just having a look at our chats here about what's going on with Forzen. But we haven't got to the bottom of it yet, but he's definitely got no front bonnet on that car.
No, that's it. I'm just watching Brian Borg. He's currently P17, 16. Sorry, he's just made a pass on Nathan as they go through turn 1. Nice and clean, just put it up on the inside, and Nathan getting plenty of room to get through there.
Yeah, and right behind them is Liam, of course. He's caught back on the back of Nathan, so they're starting round probably 4 of this ongoing battle, and I reckon these two would be enjoying every minute of this.
Oh, mate, it's nothing better. It puts a great smile on your face when it's clean and as fierce as what it is, and Liam's doing a great job just to apply the pressure and not make any silly moves there.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? That's what I love about league racing. Generally, you get to race the same blokes week in, week out, and this sort of series, they're running it for a good 3-4 months this whole season, probably 6 months, and you really get to know who you can race with, who you can trust, and it takes away that lucky dip. If you're racing official races all the time, you just don't know who you're going to be racing from one race to the next.
Oh, absolutely. And we go on to the official stuff. We see a lot of these guys also run very similar races to everyone as well. So even though it isn't official, it's almost as good as a league race in that they're all side by side with each other.
Yeah, well, they get to know it, don't they? And a lot of the guys I know in the skippies, they pretty much know when they're all going to be racing, and they jump on same sort of nights throughout the official races and get to race each other that way as well.
Yeah, we're starting to see that. A lot of guys on the Australian side are looking at combining when those GTE cars come out as well. So it makes it more enjoyable if you know who you're racing. You're not worried about big instances with internet and the likes affecting a good outcome. So it makes it a lot more enjoyable for everyone involved.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see at the moment Liam is definitely enjoying this as we are watching his wheel work there. Boy, he's got this car by the throat at the moment as it's exiting the corners, and it really shows how much effort goes into to driving one of these.
Oh, it certainly does, and the amount of for anyone who's driven the V8, they know how much you can adjust as far as setup's concerned, and he's just got past Nathan as Nathan ran a little bit wide there in turn 3, so that was a really nice move there. But yeah, a lot goes into setting these cars up, and when you go for a track that's as varied in how you can get around it with the high-speed corners and the likes of the carousel, you need to put a lot of time in. So no, he's doing a fantastic job, young Liam there.
Most definitely is, and have a look at this time here, Daniel. 2 hours and 1 minute left, and we're just on lap 51, so we're spot on as far as time limit and laps go here.
Yeah, I think even though we know obviously we got that one random safety car still to go, we're looking pretty good for just potentially scraping this one in under the 4 hour limit.
Yeah, it's as we see now, Liam just getting it a bit crossed up there. Hold on to it, he does, and continues on. But I wonder if that was the dirt that's appearing that helped him get that car a bit loose.
Yeah, potentially the dirt. I mean, they're coming up on a third of the way through their stint now, so the tyres are starting to settle in, and if he's made any changes during that stop, he may have overpressured them slightly, so he just needs to just wind it back just a touch, and I think he'll be able to clear on, similar to what Brian has done from this group as well.
Yeah, and another car that's flown under the radar a bit tonight, folks, is the 808. Henry King's out there in the Zuva entry, and this car at the moment, they're in 11th position, battling it out with the 032, which was Mark Samuel, who nearly rear-ended him in the Redback car. So Henry is making positions.
Yeah, they've jumped 4 spots since the start of the race, and great avoidance by Mark there not to ruin the race for either of those two cars. But no, they're going quite strong, and Henry does a great job week in, week out as he gets a little loose as they head in towards the carousel.
And he's carrying a new paint job on that car too, and it looks brilliant. It's all the lightning down the side. Yeah,
and I mean the guys now the skins together for these cars. I know for the ones that I've been doing for our team, it's a labour of love. There's a lot of time involved in it, but the results you see at the end are fantastic. As he's putting a move just as he runs up the outside into the Canada corner there.
Yeah, 2 wide through here, and he uses all of the rubber runoff there as he can. Mark Samuels is through, and this battle continues.
Yeah, I'd maybe look towards turn 3 just to see whether Henry can get back up in touch and maybe go down the inside there. But quite clear the boys are pushing very hard tonight.
Well, they certainly are. We'll get a top speed of Henry as he's closing in now. And he's definitely going to have a look. He's got the toe and he throws it down the inside. 274 kilometres an hour under tow as they go 2 wide through turn 1. And both drivers giving each other a lot of room and respect here. And Mark hangs on to it.
Yeah, great move. And that clearly demonstrates just how compromised Henry was going up the inside there. We saw him have to slow a long way down to avoid incident. And, so Mark was able to drive back up the inside, but Mark's fighting back on the inside here, and I think Henry might just get this one and shut the door on him.
Well, he's going to have to work for it. No, Mark hangs on. It's hard to do that on the inside. You've got to wash off so much speed that he does as they go 2 wide once more, and the battle continues here. We've got, just having a look, the 52's joined the party, and that's Brodie Whitmore.
Yeah, Brodie will want to make quick work of this and potentially get up the inside of Henry there, but Henry's drive probably he's back on that overdrive just a touch where he needs to be, and Brodie's just really pushing to make a move past him. Yeah,
it's interesting. I heard, I think it was a Formula 1 driver talking about when you come up on someone, you're best to make a move and get past them within the first lap of coming across them, because after that, their theory is they get to know where you're going to make that move, and it makes it all that much harder.
Well, yeah, and the other thing too, if you're able to close as quick as what Brodie was there, you've definitely got momentum on your side. So if you can use that to get past the car in front, that definitely helps you out. Like now he's lost that momentum. He's got to work back to get up there and look for the strong draft down into turn 1 to potentially take another move.
Yeah, well, this party now, there's 3 and there's about to be 4th because Jaden Borgs has got an invitation to it if he can close in. And we'll have a battle pack of 4 here. And these guys are racing for 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th position.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? It's we said earlier, it's battles up and down the field, so it's great to see 4 cars and 4 guys of this calibre, and be it a little further down in the pack, but still putting it together nicely. Yeah,
exactly right, and they're all racing cleanly and they're racing hard, and you can't get any better than that.
No, not at all. And just having a quick look back, just so we don't sort of lose track of where the leaders are. Forzan's still out in front. He's just a little under a 7-second gap back to Ian Ford, who's in turn, I think he's 14 seconds up on Mick Cracknell there. So ERA have positioned themselves quite nicely for the end of the race, and obviously don't forget Ryan O'Sullivan, who's currently in 5th spot as well.
Yeah, they've got quite big gaps though, don't they? Which is why we're so deep in the field watching this battle. But they're all separated by minimum 3 seconds. Yeah,
there is a little bit of a gap there, which makes it kind of easy for us just to sort of watch on this little battle pack at the mid pack at the moment. But obviously we don't want to lose track of where they are, just in case something does happen as well.
Oh, exactly right. I'm keeping a close eye on the telemetry, so I'm trying to stay on top of it all there. See now Henry having another look on the inside, and coming into Canada, we know on the inside here it's full of dirt. Gets a bit squirrely, does it, but what's Mark going to do? Not much. Tried for the undercut, it didn't work.
Yeah, and Jaden also put the same move on Brodie at the same time and made that move also. So some fantastic racing going on. So I hope the viewers are thoroughly enjoying this.
And Jaden's looking on the inside, almost touching, and this is going to allow them to get a huge tow. Brodie and Jaden.
Yeah, look for Brodie potentially get the double tow. Obviously, starting behind Mark where he was there and going through on Brodie. Jaden, no, just sits back there.
So yeah, Brodie's made a move on Mark. Mark's going to find himself at the end of this pack now, but he's looking for the undercut under brakes. Puts it in there, locks the front wheel, bit of contact, but Brodie drops back to 14th position.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tough move. I don't think there's anything in that one. He just maybe overdid it just a touch getting in there and sort of pushed him wide. But just have a look back up here at Jaden. Jaden's really looking racy on Henry at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to have a look on the inside up here, and I reckon he's going to make this move. Cameraman jump to it, thank you. And on the inside, but now Henry should have the cutback, and he does. Too wide through here. I think Jaden's got it.
Yeah, Jaden just needs to cover off just as they head towards the carousel, but too wide through that section of the track. There's not a lot of room, and they're putting on a great show for us.
They definitely are, and you'll see now Brodie's dropped right back, so I'm wondering if he's got a little bit of damage from that touch they had.
Yeah, it's quite possible, and like we spoke about, the momentum would have gone away from him after that incident as well. So maybe a lap or two to get back up there as he's a bit sideways out of the kink, but he'll knuckle down and get back up to the fight for sure.
Just having a look at his steering. I guess it's a little bit right hand down, but until he gets on the main straight here, it's going to be a bit hard to tell. So I guess, even if you've got a little bit of a bent steering, it just takes a lap or two to get used to it, and then you can press on. Yeah,
definitely. I know when we did the Dev Series race on Tuesday night, which was the first time in I don't know how long since I've been behind the wheel of one of these cars, made a bit of contact with someone, unfortunately, and I think I was running left hand down to, looking at the top of my wheel, was pointing down to somewhere around 9 or 8 o'clock on the wheel, so it still drove and got through, but it takes a few laps just to find out where your feet are.
Yeah, it looks like his steering's pretty good though, so I think he's just getting the momentum going and ranging back up there again.
Yeah, definitely, and looks like Jaden's just slowly extending that gap over Henry as well, which looks quite good. I think Henry's just settling in just to look for another move somewhere around the slap.
And meanwhile, Liam and Nathan are still going at it, would you believe, back here in 17th, 18th position. Liam just made a move on Nathan and took the position, but these are another two they've been racing all night. As far as statistics go, folks, while we're looking at this battle, we have 20 cars still on the lead lap out of 33 starters.
Yeah, it is a little bit of attrition now, and that probably some guys that have run out of fast repairs, or and if they have, they've had incidents, and then they could be 5-10 minute plus repairs, which at that time might be worth parking it and jumping into the TV and having a watch on. Yeah,
it's a possibility. I don't mind if they jump on and even pop up and have a chat with us. That'd be brilliant as well. And you can see at the moment Bo Elbert is in the 96 at the moment, and he's defending from Brady Mayers in the PRA entry right behind him. You can see the 085 a lap down, and I'm just seeing if Matthew's still in that car or if Sean's now jumped into it. Yeah, Sean Thompson's in that car, and they're trying to get that car back up to the lead lap.
Yeah, we saw that car actually get a pit stop penalty earlier on, just because they did exceed the incident limit. So Sean will just need to knuckle down and push on, and hopefully not too many more off tracks and no more issues.
Yeah, and he's the 890 got it locked up. Both of them squirrely under brakes there, and spinning the tyres up in the PRA car on exit. These guys are going side by side. Sean's right behind them, probably scratching his head, thinking, "Oh, I don't want anything to do with this."
Yeah, definitely, and it's a great little battle. This one's starting to shape up. Just keeping an eye on Brady. He's flashing in just a touch, so might be having a bit of an internet connection issue. But great little fight that these two are starting to show.
Yeah, they certainly are. The way they had them all crossed up there, I thought they were both going to spear off for a moment, but they gathered it up and they live for another day. Yeah, definitely. If they do keep battling like they are, and you don't want to be side by side and through the kink there, we may potentially even see Craig Jones tack onto the back. He's only 4 seconds behind this little battle, so if they're not too cautious, we could see 3 cars in this soon. Yeah, definitely, and this also makes it really difficult for Sean, doesn't it? Because he's a lap down. He's trying to get that car back up onto the lead lap, but while these guys are battling so hard, he doesn't really, you don't want to get involved in it and rub panels with them or anything like that, so it makes it, I guess, difficult to keep on moving forward. Yeah, definitely, and he's not going to want to stick the nose in where it's not wanted and ruin it for either of these two while they're pushing as hard as they are, but Sean's going to want to make a move at some point and potentially unlap himself, as we see Brody just defending there as well. Oh, this contact, Sean got it in the dirt. Was it Sean or the other car? It wasn't Sean. No, that was Bo Elbert. Ran a little wide there on exit turn 1 and got it in the dirt, but that's meant Sean could get up past him and possibly get past Brady as well. So we'll just see how he goes. But if Bo tends to range back up on him, I'm sure he'll let him past and continue on with that battle. Oh yeah, for sure. I think he definitely would do that. But I was just thinking how brave was Bo and Brady coming into turn 1 there. Brady on the inside, his car was flashing in and out, and those guys are racing door to door.
Yeah, you can see he's still having a bit of an issue with that internet connection, and that was something we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast. You know, when you've got a driver that's flashing in as rapidly as what he is there, it's extremely off-putting and hard to sort of know where you need to position that car to sort of avoid him, because last thing you want to do is have that car resurface and it's inside the cockpit.
Exactly right, and if you're in that car that is flashing in and out, all the other cars around you flash in and out, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. It's a double-edged sword. It wrecks you, and oh gee, I'm watching these guys get through the kink. Wheels are off on the dirt, keeping it nice and straight, but God, they're pushing hard at the moment.
They certainly are. Lap 58 here of 100, and we haven't seen the second random safety car, which is good. It should hopefully break it all up nicely.
Yeah, definitely. We may see it somewhere down the line. I'm not sure when that'll be out, but just looking at where everyone's at on their fuel numbers, I think they should be right if it were to come out sometime the next 5 to 10 laps, for instance. Yeah.
We have seen it in the past where these long races, you get the random safety car coming out the first half of the race, and then the second half is pretty much race to the end, and it's quite amazing how much the race changes, or the momentum of that race changes depending on when that safety car comes out.
Oh, it does, and you know, we saw it earlier with the first safety car that came out. It bunched the field up nicely again, and now it's kind of getting that point where the elastic's starting to stretch and everyone's starting to get away, but if we see another one, it'll tighten the field up and we'll reset and go again.
Yeah, exactly right, and we can see now Sean just ranging up on the back of Brady here, looking at where he can make that move. As Brady starts flushing in and out again, we'll get off the gearbox cam, making me dizzy.
Yeah, we're not seeing too much change up front either. Forzan's still with a 6-second lead, over Ian Ford, and Crackers is still slipping down just a touch. He's further 17 seconds back, so not doing too bad for the top three at the moment.
Yeah, and then we've got Brenton Hobson in the 88 for Synergy in 4th. 5th is Ryan O'Sullivan. So, ERT at the moment 2nd, 3rd and 5th. And we've got Motorsport Chassis leading and Synergy coming in 4th at the moment.
Yeah, so definitely looking like some good points haul at this point of the race for this championship for these guys.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how the points go as far as do they get more points for these long races compared to the shorter ones, or not. I'm just not sure about that.
No, I'm not too sure either. I haven't been fully following it since the beginning just to sort of see what the point spread is, but I think it's paid very similar to what the sprint series is, just to sort of keep it interesting.
Yeah, and it's quite an interesting season these guys run. They have the 650 race, which is the team event. Then they have the 150, which is a sprint race. Well, in between an enduro sprint race. I don't think they do driver changes on the 150s. And then they have the 70-70, which is 2 70-kilometre races. And they pretty much rotate them throughout the whole season. And it sort of mixes it up for the guys.
Oh, definitely, and I was lucky enough to be able to dust the wheel off and run in the 70-70 last week, and definitely not nowhere near as quick as where I need to be to run with these boys, but that sort of sprint format is phenomenal. It's great racing. Everyone's up on the wheel to get through it because you don't have that much time to get the positions done.
Oh, exactly right, and it'd be absolutely frenetic as far as the pace or the action goes. We, of course, cover the 150s and the 650s. We don't cover the 70-70s, and the pure reason for that is they have 2 servers. Of course, they have to do that. Do one race, then they jump in the other server and do the second race.
Yeah, and it's great because you do a quick qualifying stint, and then you're off again. So It's extremely enjoyable. Everyone's charging hard, but unlike the enduros, you have a bit of an incident, you've got the chance to make it up. If you're caught in it, you're gone, and that's the end of your night, unfortunately.
Yeah, someone just asked about the blinking, and basically, for those new to iRacing, what happens is the server is connecting to people all over the world, and when they're blinking in and out like that, it just means their internet connection isn't the best, and the server's trying to guesstimate, I guess, where that car should be on the circuit. That's why you might see them, the cars jumping up and down, or appear to be way off track, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and that's you could have guys. I know we got guys racing from the east coast to the west coast of Australia for this one, so there's a big distance between where everyone is. It's not like the 3 or 4 guys that are up in the same room and the old LAN parties that we used to do in the back in the day. But I think as the technology is getting on and we can do it, that ping hopefully should go away a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I think so, and of course it makes it even more interesting when like the Skippy races on the Monday nights, we have people from all over Europe joining the Australians for that race, and you can really see sometimes the net code, which is basically when 2 cars don't actually hit together but the server thinks they have, which can cause accidents. But it's getting better and better all the time, as you said, Daniel, and in a way I always look at it and I think what an amazing thing we have in this service to allow us to do this with everyone in the world.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. We had the old IndyCar racing and all that sort of stuff where you do it at home on a mouse and a keyboard, and I think you were the best thing since sliced bread to laser scan cars and tracks. The talent of drivers that we've got now, it makes it so much more enjoyable.
Oh, it certainly does. That's where I started, was on the old Indy 500 with the keyboard, running that at home, and then from there I went into the old Papyrus NASCAR games, which was always awesome because I could be a legend in my own lunchtime and beat up the AI, which is quite different to the iRacing experience.
Yeah, definitely. I think my first foray into it was, I think, back on the old Commodore 64 guys, and I cannot for the life of me remember the game, but remember that, and IndyCar Racing 2 from Papyrus, which obviously we all know has gone into iRacing now, but that was sort of my first stint, and even when you look at the hardware that was about, I think my first wheel was some random Thrustmaster thing when the original Colin McRae Rally was out. It's just lightning years ahead of where it was when that first came out.
Oh, definitely, and then you've got, at the moment, we've got Dirt Rally out, and I think Dirt Rally 4's coming out, if it isn't already. That looks pretty interesting, and we're under safety car here, folks, for the final time tonight, 61 laps in. It's going to be interesting because, Daniel, I think it's roughly halfway through their their stint till the next pit stop, maybe a bit further in.
Yeah, I think we're nearing that point where guys are going to start looking to come in. I think from what I've seen on the numbers for the first couple of stops, most guys have been pitting about lap 22, 23 on their stint, and looking at where Forzan's currently sitting, who's our leader at the moment, he's coming to the end of that window. I think he's about 21 laps in, so potential to see him come in at this stop when the lane opens up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting also with Forzan when he does come in to see if he's actually got any fast repairs left for this car. I have a feeling that they may have one left if they're lucky, because this car's had a fair bit of damage throughout this race. Yeah,
it has, but even though they've had that bit of damage and obviously no bonnet, they haven't lost the speed, which has been quite surprising. So they've consistently kept that 6-second gap over Bo, which is nothing to be sneezed at. They've done exceptionally well, and now they're going to get a chance to reset, get a straight car, and see if they can extend that gap again.
As long as they can get that reset. But now, of course, it's allowed the Michael Cracknell to close right up on the back of him, and it'll be interesting to see if they can't get the reset and they go racing with Crackers in the tow, what he can do.
Yeah, definitely. But by the looks, there's also a car in between Forzan and Crackers in second. So we've got Jamie McKnight, and I'm sure he's not going to do much to sort of get in the way. But that's another car they've got to get around before they can have a go at Forzan.
Yeah, definitely. We're looking from the blimp now, folks. Sorry for making you all dizzy there. I was thinking that they're all lined up, but as you can see from the way the cameraman jumped around, the cars are spread all over the track at the moment. It'll take them a little while for this train to close back up.
Yeah, and that's the guys, when they're pushing to get on the back of the train, are just going to have to be wary of the relative, and if they are using a spotter, just to sort of get updates as to whereabouts on this lap the safety car is, because we don't want to see guys ending up in the rear of each other like we did just as they went to green following the first safety car.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading the comments. Again, I don't listen to you when you talk. You notice that? Hopefully you're not feeling too bad about all that.
No, look, it sounds like my wife. I can say that because she's not here, but I don't want her to watch this broadcast later.
Yeah, I was thinking that. You know, this could come back and bite you many years to come, depending when she actually watches that broadcast.
Yeah, quite possibly. Can you make sure you hide it somewhere at the very back?
No, I think I'm going to change the thumbnail. Daniel's wife, watch this.
Yeah, why not? Let's go at it.
Yeah, let's do it. So, yeah, we can see the safety car out, leading them through the pit lane. Should open this time by, and I'm expecting it to be quite busy in there.
Yeah, I think we're going to see pretty much all the guys come through, take repairs and a full service, being that we're right near the end of this window and get ready to go again. But maybe keep an eye on Crackers there. If he's going to have a slightly shorter stop, he might be able to actually gap Forzan on the exit here.
It's quite interesting. The first 5 cars came in, the rest have not. So now there's a lot more coming in the back, but quite a few in between them chose not to. So we've probably got, it's about 50-50 at the moment.
Yeah, I think if you're one of the cars that's battling up the front, it doesn't make sense for you to hang out for another lap while your competition gets a free pass. Basically, you might as well come in now and cover off a move. So I think for the guys that have pitted, we're going to see that shape up as this gets on back under green. But for the guys that have only pitted just recently, be it out of strategy, that might actually work out phenomenally good for them, and they're in a great position come start of this race.
Yeah, and a lot of the ones that didn't come in, they were a lap down, so they've been waved by to get them back on that lead lap. The 085 that Sean Thompson was in, he's been waved through, so he's back up there. So is Paul Preston in the 029. So a few more back. We've got 20 currently on the lead lap out of the 27 cars running. The cars that have retired from this race, the number 30, that was the car driven by Matt Stratford, that's retired. The 31 has also retired. Shane Rayner was driving that at the time. And Braden Bateman's retired the 99. 91, Steve Lattimore is in the pits, retired. So is the 97. And of course Chris Hogan, the first of our retirements, that pretty much happened on about lap 6.
Well, I think we're going to see a very interesting battle for these next 35 laps to the end of the flag. So I think the way this is shaping up, we should get in under that 4-hour time certain finish. So let's just get ready for a bit of a fireworks show as these guys go green at the end of this lap.
Well, definitely going to be fireworks, and it's definitely going to be interesting. This is what I like about this league. These random safety cars, it just livens the racing up and brings them all back together, and then we go again. So, but now, of course, we're down to a sprint race, aren't we?
Well, we are, yeah, but when we go green on this one, we're actually going to have a few cars potentially at a position which could cause some issues for some of the guys that are up towards the front. I think the safety car, he's actually got a 2-car gap over second place Pete Satler, who in turn has Ian Ford right up his chuff. So Pete's not going to want to hang around behind these two in front and get on pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, Ian in this Logitech car, they're probably one of the favourites as far as the top 3 goes at the moment. We'll see how they go. We've also got cars out of pit strategy or pit window now, so that's going to also play into this. We can see now Ian Ford ranging right up the back of Pete Satler. Don't get nervous here, Daniel. Is that one of your cars?
It is, yeah. Pete Satler and Nick Hoyler just in front. They're both from our stable, so we want to see those two get away nice and clean as the pace car rolls onto the pit lane.
And we're riding on the roof of Ian Ford here as we're underway again once more, and starting lap 64 here at Road America.
Yeah, there's a few cars, just a few back. We're three wide again, and looks like Nick's just cracked the throttle just to let Pete and Ian go by to not impede them at all.
Yeah, so the battle's definitely heating up here. We've got Todd Parks leading. He's teamed up with Brenton Hobson. Pete Satler in second, defending from Ian Ford in third. We've got Daniel Ackland in the 375, sitting in fourth for Synergy Sim Racing, and then Bo Cubis in the Logitech entry, the 227. He's taken over from Michael Cracknell.
We just saw a big move from Pete there, just trying to get around Jamie Owens. He went up the inside through turn 2, lucky not to cause an issue, and Ian's come right back up on him again.
Yeah, he's putting the pressure on, but I guess Pete can mop that pressure up though. He'd be used to this sort of pressure, wouldn't he?
Yeah, definitely, and Ian's just on the inside, and I think Pete's just let him go there. He would have probably been able to hold that, but obviously we're restarting with cold tyres. We want to get these guys through to the end, so smart move from Pete there, but Ian's now got his eyes set on Todd and can try and get up there pretty quick.
Yeah, and further back we've got Bo Cubis, Jason Bentz, Marlon McMullen fighting it out here. Marlon's jumped in for Forza Malnabi. They've used the fast repair on that car, so they'll be making their way up forwards as well. Now this car's pretty much led most of the race, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been one of our star cars tonight. It's pole position, qualifying time, and it's been there or thereabout as far as top speed goes. So Marlon's going to want to make pretty short work of this lap traffic and fight his way up the front. And having said that, I mean, Jason Bentz is just in front of him. He's no slouch behind the wheel. He's pushing on exceptionally strong, and that car's actually up 15 spots from its starting position. So those guys have been on a bit of a tear this race as he hunts down Bo Cubis.
Oh, we've got one of the... there's a big crash down in turn 1. I can hear it in the background. I saw it, but it was... we'll have to go back and have a look at that.
Yeah, I'm just watching that now. It looks like Sean Evans in the RRT car had a couple of wheels up on the dirt, which in turn got involved in that. Nick Hoyler, Riley Weiss, the two team RRT cars involved in that one as well. And Brenton O'Brien just gets through without any incident, so potentially could have seen 3 ERT cars involved in that one.
Yeah, we're having a look at the super slow-mo now, and to see exactly how this has unfolded. And you're right, he did get the wheels off the ground, or on the dirt, didn't it, and upset it, but boy, did it start a chain reaction.
Yeah, it did, and it's kind of blowing out that spread now. But yeah, Sean would have been quite a passenger once those tyres were on the dirt. He had nowhere to go, and I think maybe pushed that move a little further than he probably needed to.
Yeah, but if there's any bonus from that, all the cars involved were pretty much condensed to the outside of the circuit, which allowed the rest of the field to get through. Because if they had have gone all over the place, it could have been as big as the incident we saw earlier on the carousel. Yeah,
definitely. And I've just seen Brenton just run off the end at Canada Corner there. I'm not sure whether he just missed the brakes or whether something failed or not, but he's just taken a quick detour just through the dirt there.
Yeah, we're having a look. He actually got it locked up under brakes, got quite taily, and he's had to take evasive action.
Yeah, done extremely well though to keep that off the wall. That could have been looking rather nasty if it had a hit.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of room, did he? He kept it off the wall, but probably only by a couple of feet.
Yeah, definitely, and actually it'd be interesting just to see how the pucker factor was if he jumps up into the comm box later on.
Now that's one thing I want to see iRacing implement. I want to see them implement heart rate monitors, so we can actually see what the heart rate is of these blokes on as they're racing.
Oh God, I'd hate to see what some of them would be up. That would, I'm sure for Brenton the heart rate would have gone skyward very quickly.
Yeah, it would be, but it would make it more entertaining for the viewers anyway. But I'm just going to give some more statistics, folks, because that's one of the things I seem to enjoy a lot of. The cars that have led the most laps of this race. So the 674 currently driven by Marlon McMullen, these guys have led 28 of the 66 laps. The next car is the 227, which is just ahead of them on track. Bo Cubis, Michael Cracknell in that car. They've led 20 laps of this race. Then the number 96, Sean Evans, currently driving that car. We saw that in that bingle a couple of laps ago, or last lap. They've led 10. The number 1, with Ian Ford driving at the moment, they've led 4 laps of this race, and they're currently leading, so that's going to start going up. Then right behind them, Todd Parks in the 88, Brenton Hobson's his co-driver. They've led 3, and Brenton O'Brien in the 026. That car has led 1 lap of this race.
So we've had quite a good mix of drivers and teams actually that are getting up there and having a shot at the front, which is really good. I know we've seen in some of the past series, you get one car up there all the time, and it gets a little bit boring. But it's great to see the variety that we're getting at the moment. Yeah,
it definitely is, and the majority of those cars that have led a lap, they're actually in the top 6 at the moment. The only cars that aren't is the 026, Brendan O'Brien, he's down in 13th. And of course, the other car, which Sean Evans is driving after that incident.
Well, one car we haven't heard or said a lot about that actually hasn't led a lap in that group that's up the front, Pete Satler in the Stealth Sim Sports number 1, car 056. They're up 24 spots from their starting position at the moment and currently sitting 3rd with Bo Cubis putting the hard word right on the back of that car and leaving a few marks.
Yeah, as we look out of the gearbox again, he's having a look on the inside. More rubbing going on. Yeah, he's just letting him know.
Yeah, and Pete's not going to make it easy for him. He'll defend hard on this one. Yeah, I think Bo might actually get this one just as they head towards the carousel, but Pete's not going to let him go. He'll push on and looks a little further back, like we've got Jared McMullen pushing hard on Daniel Ackland just to try and get through there, and looks like he's making that move stick on the inside of the carousel, which is not somewhere you tend to see those passes happen.
Yeah, I thought he was going to stick, but then he backed out of it, and riding with Marlon now as he looks at Daniel Ackland ahead of him, and these two must be one of the favourites to win it.
Yeah, definitely. I think we mentioned that right at the start of the race that we'd be keeping a strong eye on those two, and Marlon's making it very easy to sit back and watch them as they go. So they're putting on a really good show, and I think they've just got someone else that's starting to join them in that little battle there, Jason Bentz as well.
Yeah, Jason's joined the party at the right time as they come onto the straight. Should get a good tow here, riding on the roof cam with Mullen on the inside. On the outside, Daniel Ackland in the Synergy Sim Racing entry. And as you can see, folks, Jason Bentz now ranging on the inside.
Yeah, Jason got a really good tow through there, obviously having Marlon and Daniel to break the air for him. So I'm kind of surprised he wasn't able to hold it, but look for him to be up the inside through turn 3 as it gives him a bit of a rub on the exit 2.
As we see them now coming down the straight, or the back straight. I'm going to have to bring up a track map, folks, so I can stop saying this corner, that corner, and the other corner. Meanwhile, up front, though, we've got Ian Ford leading this race. Todd Parks second. So we see Todd getting it all crossed up in the 88, carrying a bit of damage there.
Yeah, a little bit of front fender rub, so I'm not sure whether he's made contact with someone since the start, because I don't think they were carrying that as we went to green, but Synergy Sim Racing making their way strongly towards the front and trying to upset ERA's day.
Yeah, we just had news that the 085 has retired. Sean Thompson was driving that car. They just got it back on the lead lap, but unfortunately they've been rear-ended in one of the braking zones there, and that's put an end to their race.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. I mean, if they were, they got their lap back, so they were a chance to get up there and fight at the end there. So it's a bit of a shame. Sean, you're always welcome to jump up in the box, mate. Love to have a chat with you and sort of get your opinion on how things have gone tonight.
Yeah, we might need to let him calm down first. then he might pop up and have a chat with us. But yeah, bad luck, mate.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so like any racing driver, he's already letting off a little bit of steam and starting to look at the next task at hand for that team.
Yeah, we're just having a quick squiz down through the rest of the field to see if we've got any good little battles starting to shape up, because it looks like we're starting to see the front half dozen start to stretch out just a little bit now. Can't quite see anything that exciting going on at the moment.
One thing that's exciting is my coffee's cold.
So that's the normal, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. That is the normal. Iced coffee. But yeah, speaking of exciting, I'm going to plug a few things now. Tomorrow night, folks, we will be covering the Le Mans 2.4 hour, which, hold on to your hats, kicks off 11:30 p.m. tomorrow night. And it's going to be a late one, probably run through to 1:32 in the morning. And then, of course, the Selby Endurance Racing 10-hour kicks off the following morning at 8:45 a.m. for the 10-hour at Le Mans.
And then I think we've got, not long after week 13, we'll have another 24 hours official at Le Mans as well. So seems like the next few weeks that's going to be a very heavily used track, and a lot of guys are going to be getting a lot of work done on there.
Yeah, it's that time of the year, isn't it? When's a real Le Mans run? We must be coming up to it.
I think we're getting very close, but just give me a sec, I'll get you a date for you.
Yeah, because they generally schedule these big official races around the weekends of the real one.
Yeah, it generally seems to happen that way. So here we go. We're 24 hours Le Mans, the 17th to 18th of June 2017. So 2 weeks away for us, and we'll see the great cars that are running there. Who do you reckon between Porsche or Toyota to take out LMP1 this year?
Well, after last year, I'd really like to see Toyota do well. I still can't get out of my head the poor car parked there outside the pit box on the front straight there, just watching their race fall to pieces.
Yeah, I mean that car's only been in for a few years of development, so that was a great run for him. Was a shame, but I think the car I kind of missed most that would have been good. Obviously, we had Audi fall out this year. I would have loved to have seen Nissan give it a few more cracks. I think they only did the one race 2 years ago now with that impressive front-wheel drive car that they brought out. But yeah, that would have been phenomenal to see that go again.
Yeah, it would have been really good, but it's interesting with these big, some of these big manufacturers pulling out. I think Audi pulled out because they pretty much had won it for so long, hadn't they? And they felt they didn't have a lot more to prove. Is that right, or was it some other reason?
I'm not too sure. I think there was probably a bit of back and forth. But I mean, Audi and Porsche these days still fall under the same global banner. But I think the one that is to look forward to is actually BMW when they come back to LMP1 next year. That'll be quite interesting rather than just seeing them running as a GT competitor.
Yeah, that'll definitely be interesting. LMP1, I really like that class. With the more competitors you have in there, the better, I reckon.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, we've got, I've seen this year, one of the cars is a non-hybrid LMP1 and not probably to the same specification as what we see with the hybrids, but the way that the LMP2 series is shaped up, it's actually quicker in an LMP2 car than what the non-hybrid LMP1 is.
Okay.
So that's rather surprising.
Yeah, definitely very surprising. But yeah, I love this time of year when we get the Le Mans 24 hour and get the live feed on and watch it pretty much for 24 hours if I can. I just want to give a shout out to Bo Albert. We saw him in the car earlier tonight. He's actually said that he hasn't really driven a V8 supercar before or ever, and he was told on lap 6 of the race tonight that he was needed. #stress. So yeah, good job there, Bo. You did an awesome job out there tonight.
Yeah, no, that was a great drive by Bo, and I could think of nothing worse than getting a call up at the start of the race when you've never driven the car or learnt what the setup's like and be expected to perform. But no, he's done a cracking job tonight.
Certainly has. But yeah, I couldn't imagine it either. It's like turning up with your ice cream and they take it off you and throw a helmet at you and say get in and have a go.
Yeah, definitely. And one battle that might be worth a bit of a look at the moment is position 12, 13 and 14. We've got Daryl Hockey in the 094, Ian Bird from Redback Racing in the 032 and Brett O'Brien in the 029 from ERT. Those guys are running reasonably close. Might give us a little bit of a battle in the next lap or two. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, we had them on camera. It's one of the closest battles we've got at the moment. And Brenton's doing a great job out there in 14th. And he loves his V8 racing. He's been doing it for quite a few years now. And he's, as I was saying earlier, there was the 4th fastest car in practice tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously he had the pace up until that bit of a lock-up where we saw him heading off at the end of Canada Corner there. But yeah, he's been in V8s racing as long as I can remember, and I think also heading up ERT now and taking them to the world stage. He probably relishes these chances to get behind the wheel and have a run.
Oh, I reckon he would. He's going to join me tomorrow night in the Combox to call this Le Mans 2.4 hour, and which will be fun because he's also a fantastic commentator.
Yeah, definitely, and I think we've seen him in the past with yourself, and I think also dabbled in with Apex Racing TV a bit as well. So he certainly knows his way around the switches and dials, and you'll be in good stead, mate, tomorrow. Yeah,
mate. Yeah, well, he was actually broadcasting or commentating when I started, and I was back with Apex Racing TV, and he used to call all the action there with. What's his name? The English guy, I've forgotten his name now. How bad's that?
Alex Simpson.
Alex Simpson, yeah, him and Alex called all of it the GT3 racing in those days, and myself and Mark Noble called the V8 Supercar action. But yeah, he's been around for a long time. I think he's also worked over with RaceSpot TV and quite a few of the other big broadcasters out there.
Yeah, that also gives you two a good platform to help with the team launch and get that name more out there as well. But yeah, I mean, not that they need that, they're doing it on their own back and doing extremely well, whether it be the V8s at the moment or even the Blancpain endurance series that we see them running in.
Yeah, well, I reckon if there's any young teams out there or any teams that want to see how you can market your sim racing team, have a close look at what RRT does, sorry folks, and you can you just see how all the drivers know the sponsors, how they plug it, their press releases, the whole thing. They are a class act.
Yeah, definitely, and those guys are doing wonders on the world stage. Obviously, we saw the name change come not that long ago, sort of giving themselves a little bit more exposure for it. But they've got some great quick drivers on that stable, and they're going ahead in leaps and bounds.
Yeah, so they've had a name change, have they? Okay.
Well, ERA to ERT.
Oh, okay. I'll just keep on calling them ERA, and everyone can keep on yelling at me. I think that works.
Oh, look, you're probably the only one that'd get away still with doing that, mate. So, yeah, why not?
No, I wouldn't get away with it, believe me. You can see at the moment we're having a look at Jason Bentz is having a battle here with Daniel Ackland, and this is for 7th and 6th position.
Yeah, these guys have been going at this for a little while. I think when we looked not that long ago, Jason was actually battling with Marlon, who seems to have skipped away a little bit now. But yeah, he and Daniel are having a great little battle here.
Yeah, they certainly are. And this is another car, isn't it? The 017 that Jason's in, the laser racing. They've definitely got pace, but they haven't led a lap yet. They're sitting in 7th. We'll see if they can improve on that position. We'll have a look. 27 laps to go, I think.
Yeah, we're pretty close to that now, I think. And yeah, no, Jason's doing a great job. I don't think he's running with Brian Borg, who's not his regular in that car. I think he normally runs with Michael Hammond, who's away for the event. But those two seem to have gelled really well, and that car's going forward generally like we normally see the Laser Boys do.
Yeah, definitely. And just going to send you a message here, Daniel. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud, folks. Okay, sorry about that, folks. I can't talk and type at the same time. Well, I can, but it just doesn't make sense. So,
No, you're right.
So lap 74 here, folks. Your leader is Ian Ford at the moment in the number 1 ERT entry. 4.8 seconds up the road from their teammate Bo Cubis in the 227, and then Todd Parks right behind him in the 88 in 3rd. Going back 4 seconds down the track, we have Marlon McMullen in the 674, and then 6 seconds down from him is Pete Satler in 056. And that's your top 5.
Yeah, it's not a bad little top 5 we're starting to see. Obviously, the gaps are starting to spread out a little more, but I think we've just seen Bo get past Todd Parks there and slowly starting to edge away, but the usual thing, ERT 1 and 2, looking very formidable as they come to the end of this race.
They certainly are, and they generally do at this time of the night. They start getting up the front there and consolidating those positions. And but you know, the 674, this car, pole sitter tonight. Yeah, they got pole, but 9 seconds down, the last lap, 209.014, and The other guys in front of him are all in the 208s. So a little bit of work to do for this car. So I contradicted myself once again.
Nah, look, that's all right. I think between Marlon and Forzan, I think Marlon's just slightly slower than what we've seen with Forzan, but still doing a great job to not be losing too much time from these guys. But it wasn't that long ago he was battling 7th and 8th with Jason Bentz, so still pushing forward, and I think at the next stop, because we're likely to see one in the next 8 laps or so, I would expect we'll see Forzan jump back in the car and probably finish this race out.
And we just saw contact there. The 094 just got a bit of enough of a touch to lose the rear bonnet coming onto the main straight here. Going to jump back and have a look at how this occurred. Looked like they got caught up with the 032, the Redback Racing entry. Well, the 94 was flashing in and out, and this is what we were saying earlier, weren't we, that when you're flashing in and out, it's pretty easy to get caught up, and he's got hit by the 32, and then I'm not sure which one that is, that's one of the ERT cars, decided to take a souvenir in taking away the rear boot assembly.
Oh, we all need the souvenirs every now and then, and I'm sure he hasn't tried doing that on purpose, but it's a bit unfortunate as they're sort of laps are winding down. It makes it very hard to come back from a position like that.
Yeah, so that was Darryl Hockey involved in that, Brenton O'Brien and Ian Bird. So yeah, there was no malice in that, it was just one of those things that happened. He flashed out at the wrong time, and it looks like Ian just turned him, and then Brenton had nowhere to go but to rear-end him basically.
Yeah, that's a hard spot for Brenton. He would have done what he could do to back out of that and to limit any damage, because obviously he doesn't want to impact himself moving forward or bend the car in any way. So it's hard, especially when you're the car behind that comes up on it. You've got to do what you can do to get out of the way very quickly.
Oh, exactly right, and sometimes you can't get out of the way, and you just got to, as you said, minimise it. It was a pretty hard thing, because if you jump on the brakes mid-corner, you're liable to loop it, or worse, and so sometimes you just got to sort of ride with the punches, don't you? Yeah,
definitely, and Brenton's, we can't say a bad thing about him. I mean, the guy doesn't go out there to ruin anyone's race, so it's just unfortunate that he was involved in it, but they'll move on, and we'll just look towards the end of this one, I think, and sort of let that one be. I don't think there'll be anything from race control that'll look too much into that.
No, I don't think so. Here's very much an innocent party and all that. Riley Blythe, Thomas Hins are back at it as well, folks, for 10th and 11th. As they come onto the back straight here, you can see Henry King just up the road there in the 808. He's sitting in 9th, but these two are having a great battle here, Daniel.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't seen a lot of Thomas tonight. He's been pretty quiet, but that car is handling exceptionally well. So I'm not sure whether they've had to make much adjustment as they've gone on with this one, but no, he's looking quite racy at this point.
Yeah, the race is definitely coming to him at the moment, and Riley's car's looking a bit beat up, so Thomas will no doubt be trying to press on with this if he can close that gap. Looking at their times, he took 0.6 of a second out of Riley last lap.
No, that's not a bad effort, because Riley's quite quick in that car, so let's keep a close eye on him and watch him head through to the end. I reckon I wouldn't be surprised to see Riley actually getting up inside that top 10 a little bit further, probably within the next 5 to 10 laps.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. The other thing that's interesting is, all that dirt that was on the inside to mid part of Canada Corner, that appears to have disappeared now, or been spread out, probably thanks to the safety car, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. Having 30 30-second cars roll over that would help disperse that quite quickly. But it's kind of odd the way it does build in that section of track, though.
Yeah, right on the that part of the corner, like right on the apex. I'm not sure where it's coming from, whether the car's throwing it up from putting two wheels on the inside of the apex there, maybe.
Yeah, more than likely, or being right up on the dirt in the braking zone there just probably helps drag it through a little bit more as well. So I don't know whether iRacing can sort of fix that so it doesn't come as far in, but that's more excitement for everyone.
I'm just amazed they can model it myself, but Jason Bentz, Daniel Ackland for 6th and 7th, they're at it again at the moment, going for the next round, and at the moment Jason Bentz has the upper hand.
Yeah, and those two cars are starting to also close in on Pete Satler, currently running in 5th position as well, so Pete's going to have his hands full in the next half of the lap as Jason closes up on him. And in turn, obviously, Jason's got Daniel to watch out, but he seems to be sort of gapping Daniel a little bit as they exit through the carousel at the moment.
Yeah, so last time by, that gap was just about 0.8 of a second. We'll see what that is as they come across the start-finish line again. I think it's going to be a bit closer, but Pete's not waiting around for him, that's for sure.
No, not at all. Although, looking at how the stops are going, Pete's actually a couple of laps further on this stint, and we've actually got Bo Kubis. He's dropped into pits from 2nd position. So it's a bit of an earlier stop for them. They haven't quite got through that tank of fuel just yet.
Okay. So that's a bit of a strategy game being played out there by the looks of it.
Yeah, definitely. They've only put 15 laps on that stint, so we saw them come in on the last safety car, so maybe, like I say, playing the safety card a little bit earlier, or just getting out of way, so if we potentially see Ian coming in the next lap.
Okay, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that. So riding on the roof cam at the moment of Jason Bency, see Pete Satler up front. You can just see now Pete's going on the inside as the draft takes effect, and Jason's, man, they go close, don't they?
Yeah, very much. I think Pete was sort of angled in a little bit. Jason just puts it up the inside after to Corvette Bridge there. So these guys will go side by side down towards the carousel, and I think we might see Pete possibly lose this spot here to Jason.
And he's got to be careful because Daniel's tucked. There's contact, and Daniel almost took him out, but managed to keep it off the back there of Jason Bentz. But I tell you what, that was close. That
was very close, and great driving by Daniel, obviously, to not take out the other two in front of him. But yeah, you can see now the lap's winding down, the guys are really pressing on to pick up every spot they can.
Just going to have a look at the back of the replay here from Jason Bentz's car, and look how close this was. I tell you what, good sense of mind there from Daniel Ackland to put it down the outside there and avoid contact.
Yeah, definitely. We just we go back up to the race. We've just seen Pete just lock it up on the inside of Canada Corner and just brush Jason there on the exit. So Pete's just coming into pits for his final stop now, and Jason's continuing on just for another lap. And
Daniel Ackland's following him as well, and I guess it's a good time. He's lost a bit of momentum, go in and get it fixed. Be interesting to find out if all the teams now have met their minimum driver lap requirements. I'm assuming they would have all done it by now, and it should no longer be an issue for them.
No, I believe looking at where we're at, I think most of these guys now should have made all their stops and not be a worry.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's one of the first boxes as a team you try to tick off, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And we might just quickly duck back to Bo. He's come out of pits He's actually rejoined in 14th position, as we remember he was running second. So we'll just keep an eye just to see where this all filters out, and I presume he's going to come back into second once the pit stops cycle through.
Yeah, because now we've got to wait for it all to cleanse, so to speak, and he stopped 32.3 seconds for that team. Just having a look at all the other guys, they're all in the 41 seconds, so this is where ERT gets dangerous, isn't it, when they're pretty much experts when it comes to the strategy, not only with their driving, but their strategy. They know how to get the upper hand through pit strategy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just between those stops, just looking back here. So if we go between a couple of the cars that have come into the lane already, so Bo Kubis is now 12th position. Pete Satler, who we just saw diving in the lane, he's dropped from 5th back to 17th after his stop. And both of those two were reasonably close on time. It looks like Bo was just a touch quicker in the actual stop of about 6 seconds, so potentially a little more fuel maybe in Pete's car for this one.
Yeah, and with 20 laps to go, I guess they've all pretty much worked out exactly how much fuel's required. With such a short distance, the math starts to get a little bit easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and the guys with all the software we've got, obviously, JRT gives us a great readout of your fuel numbers and the likes, and these guys will know exactly how much they need to put in to finish the race, and what they need to do to get it home.
Yes, I'm just having a look at the pits. We've got Ian Ford leading at the moment. This car has stopped 5 times tonight. The last stop was a 10.3 second stop, so I'm trying to work out whether this car still has to make a final pit stop or not tonight.
Yeah, we're going to see Ian Ford and that. They will need one more stop. Obviously, when we spoke to Ian in the beginning of the broadcast, they made a small splash and dash when we had the very first safety car that came out for that big incident, which is why they're currently sitting 5th. So they will need one more stop, I believe. Looking at Marlon, yeah, he and Ian are running the same strategy at the moment, so Marlon's going to have to come in for one more stop. So for Ian to be leading and still having done 2 more stops than what Marlon and Forzan have had to do, they're doing great.
We've got a barbecue on the back straight here, mate. I'm not sure if this is Peter, but I have a bad feeling it might be Peter Satler.
It is, yeah.
Just having a look, he's suffered a lot of damage earlier on. We've picked it up. We'll go back further, even further. He's tried to limp this around. We're just watching him now coming out. Where is he? Coming out of the pits. I'll try and pick up what's happened to him here. So he's exited the pits onto the main straight here. I just see exactly where. He's come out of the pits, and Henry King's been making a move on Brady, and he's tagged the back of Pete there. Yeah,
actually, it looks like we've got Gene Newell and Pete, so two team cars involved in that one, and Henry. That's a very big incident, as Pete was trying to get back on and not lose too much position there.
Yeah, it was a massive hit, and of course then as that went on, you can see we'll just jump forward, his engine pretty much lunches itself down on the after the carousel here.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether he's from that incident, obviously he would have had some tyre damage and possible bent steering arm, so I'm not sure whether that's actually caused the issue where he hasn't been able to control it and it's gone off from there.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. He's put 2 wheels off, and the car's just gone into the wall basically, which that amount of damage, the car was crabbing well and truly before that, so you'd be right, he'd be wrestling trying to get that car under control. But that's a very unfortunate end to that car. He has had a fast repair though, and it is going. So that's good news. He's 1 lap down, sitting in 18th.
Yeah, that's a shame for those boys because they were running extremely strong. I mean, we saw them 5th just before that pit stop. So bit of disappointment in that garage tonight.
Definitely will be, and we can see Henry's still out there. He's 1 lap down now as well. But it looks like they've seen if they've had to get that. It looks like they've had to use a fast repair on that car as well. So yeah, big hit there. Brady Mayers, he's sitting in 3rd. I'm not sure if it was Brady that was involved in it. I just saw a orange car.
No, that was Genial. That was another one of the Stealth Sim Sport cars, which he'll feel pretty bad about that. Obviously, 2 team cars get involved in that one, so not a great result we want to see. But just noticed too. Oh, here we go. We got Ian Ford and Jason Bentz both pitting from P1 and 2. So this will be their final stops for the night.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this pans out as well. We've got to keep an eye on. We've got Riley Blythe also in. Who was it? Bo Cubis.
The car we're watching is Bo Cubis, 227. He's now 4 laps in on this stint, and we'll just want to see where he filters back in on this one.
Yeah, well, he's now up past the start-finish straight, and where's Ian? Ian's coming out right in front of him, so Bo's going to be all over the back of him in a moment, but Ian's got the upper hand of that stop. 33.9 seconds was Ian Ford's stop. Bo Cubis 32.3 seconds. So even though Ian's was slower, he's got the upper hand here.
Yeah, it was a touch slower, and have a quick look now. We've actually got 3 ERT cars, 1, 2 and 3, but obviously that's going to change when Brenton brings his car in because it's just about out of fuel at this point.
Yeah, and then we've got Forzen El Nabi. He's battling it out now with Brenton Hobson, who's jumped back in the 88 car. That's for 6th and 7th. So these two should filter back up into the top 4 again once everyone else filters through.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, we've just seen a change for position with Forzen just slipping behind Brenton Hobson.
Yeah, he just did. Brenton's made that move and brings Brenton up to 6th position now.
That's a great showing from that team and drivers. I mean, they've done 5 stops for this race, similar to what we've seen for some others. So 1 more stop, but still in it and fighting strong.
Oh, definitely, and it's going to go down to the wire here, I think, for a few of these positions. You can see Forzen now having a look on the back of Brenton Hobson, and we'll see where these guys come through as the rest of the field pits. At the moment, we've got Thomas Hins leading. He's led his first lap tonight in that car, the 52, so they go up to leading a lap. Brady Mayers sitting in 2nd, who's now in getting service. Brenton Hobson goes through, Brenton O'Brien, goes through once more up to 2nd, but that car still has to stop. Then we've got Ian Ford. Gene Fiddes is in the pits. Bo Cubis comes through 4th. Then we'll have Brenton Hobson and Forzen for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, definitely shaping up for a very exciting end to this race. I think Forzen's just putting it on the inside, lock the brakes, and a bit of contact there as they go through with Brenton Hobson.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Was that Brenton saying, I don't really like the slide job there?
I think so, yeah. It was, Forzen went in quite late on that one, pinched the rears on exit, got a bit of dirt, and Brenton's just sort of giving a bit of a, hey, get out of my way, I'm getting back past you kind of deal.
You know something else that's really exciting, Daniel?
What's that, mate?
I'm finally getting to drink my coffee.
Yeah, I'll make sure you enjoy the iced coffee, buddy.
It is iced coffee, that's for sure. Tell you what, it's been icy down here in Canberra.
Yeah, not too bad up on the up in Queensland. Obviously, we're not going to talk about the results on Wednesday night, but yeah, very nice weather.
Yeah, Yeah, I reckon after Wednesday night it would have been a bit icy up there, but yeah, -5 here last night.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I love it. I'm almost thinking about I might have to get out of my shorts soon.
Well, it's perfect time to get one of the AMD cards in the computer and heat the room up.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Thomas Hins has just come into pit lane as well. He'll drop down from leading this race.
So while you're talking about that, Forzen back on the inside, Brendan Hobson on the outside, too wide, and Forzen wants to make this stick on the outside, nearly contact again between these guys, and he makes that move, but of course Brenton's now going to have the toe up the front straight here.
Yeah, Brenton's putting right up on the back of that car to use every bit of draft, but just look at when they're coming off Canada, just the amount of dirt that they're still flinging up. So I think they're going to get past that car on pit lane and just to see whether Brenton can put it around the outside.
Yeah, it's a pretty tricky position holding it out there, and he runs it wide. I don't think he had much choice in that matter, really. He was probably lucky that Forzen didn't sort of drift out and give him even less of the track than what he had at the end of that.
Yeah, definitely. It was very tight, and he was lucky just not to catch that outside tyre on the dirt there and sort of go a little wider. So I think we got 15 laps to go. We should see these boys regroup, and there'll be another battle on in the next lap.
Yeah, so your top 5 folks and where they are on track at the moment. We've got Ian Ford leading, and he is 3.8 seconds up the track from his teammate Bo Cubis in second in the 227, and then looking a long way back, 26 seconds down is Forzen El Nabi battling with Brenton Hobson for 3rd and 4th position, and then 34 seconds down from the lead is Jordan Ross for Synergy Sim Racing. So they're pretty much spread out. The big battle is who's going to get the last step on this podium. It's between the 674 and the 88.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a little battle that's going to rage on right to the end of this race, and I know neither of them are going to want to give an inch to claim a podium spot after the 4 hours they've done around here. Would be a great result for either one of them, so look for Brenton to regroup and go again.
Yeah, that's right. He'll get the momentum back up and start climbing back up to the back of Forzen, and we'll be off again.
Just seen a message just in the chat too. Looks like 2 cars to be investigated post-race for exceeding limits.
Yeah, that's the 674 and the 88, which is the 2 cars we're looking at the moment, 3rd and 4th position. So I'm not sure if that's an official thing from the race control.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm not. I know we've had obviously both of those guys that have been keeping an eye on it in the car just recently. So I don't know that we've actually had an official person that's watching these or is able to make the calls at this point in time.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the call sign. I don't know who that is, but it looks pretty official to me.
Yeah, that's our race organiser, Nick there.
Okay, well, we better. That's pretty official then.
Yeah, definitely.
So there you go. Yeah, I don't think it could get much more official than that, could it?
No, not really.
Oh, dearie me. It's funny, people use different tags, and it's hard to know who you're talking to half the time.
Yeah, definitely. Although I'm kind of lucky, I kind of remember that one from back in the old R Factor days when Nick and I used to race a bit.
Yeah, how long ago was that? Was that before the
that was a lot of fun with the old V8s in that series.
wheel?
No, that'd be close to 5 years ago now, 5-6 years.
Oh, okay, not too bad.
No, not bad at all. But actually, one thing that is quite impressive, if we just have a look at Ian Ford's last lap, he did a 2:07.81, which was the fastest lap of the race we've seen so far. And what are we, three and a half hours almost into this race, and we're seeing a quick lap at that point in time.
Yeah, he's doing a Vettel, isn't he? Isn't that what Vettel used to want to do? Is not only win the race but set the fastest laps?
Well, I mean that just shows complete dominance, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess it does.
But no, that's a great result from Ian. Just shows just how well that car is working with the semi-ordinary track conditions we're getting with the amount of dirt that's out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's quite a bit, isn't there? We might jump to Blimp Cam and have a look at the way this track is rubbered up, as well as where all the dirt is, and it's quite interesting to see it from the top here and see how much this track's changed. As there was contact there with the Bo Cubis running up to the back of one of the back markers. You know what I really want to see come to iRacing? I know everyone's all over this speedway stuff and they want dirt rally. I want go-karts.
Go-karts would be amazing. As long as they can model in the accurate crashes when you go up over someone's back.
Yeah, and the damage to your foot if you get it stuck under the cog.
Yeah. No, but that'd be a great breeding ground. That'd almost lead you from you'd effectively go karts to the Skippies to like your Mazdas or your Formula Renault type deal, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm talking sprint karts, not shifter karts. We'd have to have sprint karts first, then you can get your shifter karts after that.
That would be a lot of fun. One little battle we may want to just keep a quick eye. I just saw it in the comments for tonight. The little battle that's potentially going to shape up between Jaden Borg in the Stealth Sim Sports 094 and Ian Bird in Redback Racing 032. There's not a big gap separating those two, and Ian's slowly catching up on the back at the moment.
Yeah, it's a really good showing by this team, Redback Racing 032. They're trying to get that car into the top 10. They've been pretty strong tonight and doing an awesome effort. And I tell you what, they're closing in on Jaden, and I reckon Ian's got his eye on the prize here. He wants to get that car in the top 10.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you can pull off a top 10 in a field like we've had tonight, you'd take that any day of the week. That's a fantastic result, and obviously your old team RRTV, they'd love to be up there.
I'd love to see him up there too. Yeah, it's great to see this team getting going from strength to strength, and all the boys there. I don't know how big that team is now, but there's a lot of guys running in that team we've never met, but they're just all doing a great job.
Yeah, definitely. So it'll be a battle of your boys versus my boys.
Yeah, well, I know who's going to win.
Yeah.
You see, if my guys don't beat your guys, then maybe the telecast gets ended abruptly.
And then we all go and have a beer.
I don't have beer. I've got no beer in the house. I've only got iced coffee.
Alright, we'll have an iced coffee.
Not that I need to go to sleep anytime soon.
But no, it's a weekend. Sleep's a bit overrated.
Yeah, that's it. That's what they say.
Yeah, I think the battle that we were just watching, actually, Forza El Nabi and Brenton Hobson, that's still going quite strong at the moment. They're still separated by just over a second at the moment, which is looking quite good. And then possibly another one shaping up between Jordan Ross in Synergy Sim Racing and Riley Blythe. A little bit further of a gap, it's 3 seconds at the moment between those two cars, but between P4 and P6, 3 and 6, we've got a couple of little battles that look like they're going to shape up.
Yeah, and this battle between Forza El Nabi, Brent and Hobson, last lap through, they were separated, they lapped within 0.02 of a second of each other's lap time.
Yeah, and Brent was the little bit quicker of the two in that that two-car battle.
Yeah, and he's taken about, this time through, he's taken about, what, half a tenth, if that, out of Forzen?
Yeah, it's not much, but every little bit you can see you're making an inroad makes you push that a little bit harder. If you can see that relative time starting to come down, you're going to give it all to get there in the end. And it starts playing a little bit of a mind game on the guy in front of you. Obviously, they came in pretty close together, but if he sees that time start going down and Brendan's car gets a lot bigger in the mirrors, you know where his eyes are going to be.
Yeah, exactly. That's when psychology starts kicking it in, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And it's all about mind games. If you can be mentally tough in the brain, that's a big key to being quick and getting good results in your racing.
Yeah, exactly right. And let's just have a look at our commentary. See, every time you talk, all I hear is blah blah, and then I go and I start reading stuff.
Yeah, I'm noticing that. Although I'm thinking, we've got a few guys that are keen on the karts, so our boys get on board and start petitioning iRacing. That's the one to get the karts involved.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem they'd have with modelling the karts is the karts don't have any suspension. And God knows what that would do to their physics model and how they'd model that, I don't know. But maybe that's what the delay is. Who knows?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, if you have a crash, you'd see, what do you reckon, the car would be upside down, the engine would be from the back to the front, the driver would be 4 foot away from the car.
Yeah, you'd have to have them being thrown out of the kart, yeah, definitely.
I mean, if it's anything like the current iRacing model, if you're in, say, the Formula cars or even the sprint cars, you hit a wall and you've got a tyre that's 3 feet up in the air to the rest of the car. It would make you wonder what the karts would look like.
Yeah, exactly. It's, other services have it, I guess. It'll happen one day. Who knows? We can live in hope. And but saying that, I think we're pretty lucky with everything we do have, and it seems to be going from strength to strength. Now that dirt's on, I guess the next one they'll probably look as rallycross or something like that.
Yeah, I think rallycross would be a lot of fun. There'd be a lot of guys that would be right into that. I'm still thinking we need to have a weather system. I don't know how long they can continue to go without something like that, or at least day to night transitions and that type of thing with the popularity of endurance racing nowadays. But I think that may need to be first before we look at additional car content, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I think the other big issue iRacing is going to face more and more is they almost need to split the service now. Because of course with NASCAR you don't want weather. Day to night transition, yes, but not weather. And also for road racing we don't want to be racing under the NASCAR rules. We want to be racing under the road racing rules. So it's almost like they've got to draw a line, split it up and go, these are for the oval boys and this is a service now for the road racing boys.
Absolutely, and especially now that like I say, the content is so diverse to give us this, for them to implement the likes of that would be another big step forward. And we've seen issues where guys get the bad end of the stick with passing under a yellow, which we all know you can do in a road racing venue, and not in NASCAR, and we still don't have that facility.
Yeah, that's right, and to untangle that or to implement that would be a pretty big code change, I'm suspecting. I don't know, but I'd imagine. I think though, day to night transition, definitely both sides could use that, and that could be across all of it, but I don't know what they do with weather then. Do they model it in and then just turn it off for NASCAR or what? I don't know. That's why those guys are all doing what they're doing and I'm doing what I'm doing. It's because they know this stuff. So.
Yeah. No, it would be phenomenal to see, and hopefully it's not that far down the line that we start to see that type of improvements in the sim, because that would just add another element. And I think we're starting to get that now, obviously with dirt, where you run 20 or 30 laps around the circuit, and you can visibly see, you know, that dry line appear. That's a great step to start being able to do that, I think.
Yeah, exactly right. And now that they've got the tear-offs and the oily screens, they've got all that going. I think that's another big step towards getting towards a more dynamic environment. I think ages ago, didn't they generate the shadows, where before that they used to just be bitmaps put on the circuit?
Yep, they've done all that now, and I mean, as much as it taxes your system, when you're running slightly low-end hardware, it looks great. So, I mean, there's no reason they can't sort of bring out some of this other stuff now.
Well, that's right, and I think DX11 was a big step as well, but, you know, the thing is, if you get day-to-night transition, everyone with low-end systems are going to probably have to invest to be able to run it, but, you know, that's progress, I guess.
Well, yeah, that too, and I think some other implementation in graphics, multi-card configurations would be a big benefit. I know, like looking at my system right now, I run 2 slightly older cards, and I'm using 22% usage on one card and 8% on the other, whereas you should be at 100%. So, I don't know, I think maybe they just need some bit more finessing in the line, but obviously that takes a lot of work.
Certainly does, but I tell you what, Riley Blythe is running about 100%. He's all over the back of Jordan Ross now. This is for 5th and 6th position, and Riley's looking very racy all of a sudden. Yeah,
Riley's doing a great job pushing forward. I've just been keeping an eye on his times, and he'll definitely be coming down. I reckon we'll see him up the inside on this one. I don't think there'll be a huge amount of fight from Jordan as he goes past.
Yeah, beautifully called there, Daniel. That wasn't sarcastic.
No, that was a really nice move by Riley as he got up the inside. Obviously didn't pinch a brake. And Jordan, now that we're sort of at this point in time, you know, still battling for, where are we, 6th position. At the end of nearly 4 hours of racing, that's a great result for that team.
Certainly is, and also shows, you know, when to pick your battles, and it looked like that was a battle that Jordan felt he didn't have the pace to defend, and pretty much he didn't. Well, I guess he let Riley by, but he didn't really defend it as vigorously as some other drivers may have. And we've got another car, the PRA3. Looks like it's also struck trouble out here.
Yeah, just saw a bit of dusting. I think he's probably come undone at the exit of the kink there, but yeah, all these teams have access to the data, obviously, that we're using at the moment, and Jordan's team would be able to see, you know, Riley's a couple of laps newer on the tyres, has a little more grip, maybe a little lighter in fuel as well, so probably not worth the fight, but Jordan's still pushing on. I think he's trying to maintain that bit of draft as they head up the front straight towards turn 1 now.
I'm just having a look at the replay. This is Connor McCluskey Young in the 029. Yeah, it's never going to turn. He was actually carrying a lot of damage, similar to the other car we saw come off, and he was trying to get it home, and the same thing hit the kink, and the car didn't turn. It just went straight into the wall.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't seen more cars in that section, especially with the V8. If you miss your line by, you know, less than a foot, it doesn't take much for you at the speed you're travelling to put it up in the wall. But no, these two are going great, and obviously shame we saw another car in the wall there. Yeah,
well, it was pretty realistic. He was carrying a lot of suspension damage, and you know what it's like. You go to turn the car in, and the thing just doesn't turn. It just goes straight ahead, which is what happened with him there. And very good modelling of almost like a steering failure.
Yep, definitely. And another battle that we're probably not going to see re-eventuate now. I think Forzan's looks like he's managed to break away from Brenton. I think he's 3 seconds up the road now, and actually set the quickest lap on that last time by on a 2:08.5. So still a fair bit of speed in Forzan's car. Unfortunately, just the way things have sort of come out, he's fallen back a fair bit.
Yeah, so that's the difference was 0.02 of a second. That's now spread out to about 0.4 of a second. So I'd say you're right. I think that's Brenton and Forzen's battle decided, and Brenton doesn't appear to have the speed, whatever reason, tyres set up, who knows, to hang with Forzen at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, don't forget, Forzen set our what would have been our quickest pole time, half a second up on the field. So they still have pace, even though the track has got as bad as it's got with the amount of dirt. There's still a lot of time to be had there.
Certainly is, and we've got 7 laps to go. We're definitely going to get to the end of this race. How many laps is it? Like 101 or something, isn't it?
So it'll be 100 laps. I think we'll probably see 101 just to get over the 650k race limit that's out there. But that'd probably be about it, I'd say.
Yeah, so 26 minutes to go, 7 laps. Yeah, so we're going to be done in around about 14-15 minutes, so within the 10-minute window like last time.
Yeah, which isn't too bad. I mean, that's a good time frame to get these races knocked over. I mean, 4 hours getting around this circuit in these cars, that's a big ask for anyone. So I know for the guys in our team that are running, they'll be looking forward to getting off and knock the top off a beer or two, and then review what was.
Yeah, so what do? They actually review that night, or do they have a beer, go to bed, and have a meeting the next day to review it?
Yeah, look, we get a few guys that obviously will have a chat straight after the race, and a few will sort of take it away and come back the next day after they've sort of regrouped a bit, depending on how they finished up. But most of the guys will get in pretty much straight away, so they have a bit of a chat. Obviously, they're going to be talking as this race is going on between everyone, to sort of get ideas of where cars are at and how they're going.
Yeah, and I guess like any debrief, they look at what went well, what didn't go well, and how they can improve it if they need to. And I guess that goes down to not only car setup, but driver psychology possibly, and also strategy would probably be part of that conversation, would it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, there's no better test session than a race to get data from. And an event like this, you log megabytes of data. Whether you look at back through Motec or the McLaren Atlas software, that's a lot of information to look at tyre temperatures and suspension and work out what you might be able to use moving forward. So I know it won't just be our team doing it. You've got the likes of RRT and Synergy and all those guys that will be looking to try and find that little extra tenth for the next race.
Oh, definitely. I'd say a lot of the teams, probably all of them, would be doing exactly what you've said, and which is basically, I'm just repeating what you said. So there you go. Coming down to 6 minutes ago, Ian Ford's leading now by 12 seconds to their teammate Bo Cubis in the ERT 227. Forzen El Nabi 21 seconds down, pretty much looking good for third, and then 4 seconds behind him is Brenton Hobson, 25.4 seconds down from the lead. Riley Blythe is in 5th position, but Jordan Ross is 2 seconds down the road from him at the moment. He lost 0.4 of a second last lap.
I'm just having a little look just before we sort of get towards the end of this race. Position 10 and 9, Brenton O'Brien and Jaden Borg. They're, I think, our closest battle that we've currently got for position, separated by just on a second. And Brenton's just has come right up on the back of Jaden, looking to make a move.
Yeah, then right behind them we've got Gene Fittis and Ian Bird also battling for position 11th and 12th.
Yeah, so it looks like Ian's, I'm not sure whether he's had an off track or maybe half spin in the car or what's happened there. But I mean, he wasn't that long ago looking up at trying to get past Jaden. So Brenton's moving up pretty nicely, and I think he'll want to try and get one more just before this one ends tonight.
Oh, definitely, and he's definitely thinking he's got 5 laps to do it, and looking at his lap time, he had a very slow lap, so I don't know if this is an out lap or not, but to me he's lost 3 seconds, which tells me it doesn't sort of add up, so maybe he's just come out of the pits, possibly?
Yeah, if he has, I'm not too sure when he would have done it, because looking at the data at the moment, he's on his 10th lap of this stint, so I don't know whether he maybe ran a little wide, but yeah, his times are definitely a little slower than where they need to be, and Jaden obviously took 2 seconds out of him on that last lap, so we might see that gap just sort of open out a little more now.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. Brenton did have an off track 3 laps ago, so maybe that, I'm just not sure where he was running. Lap 92 he had an off track, but I don't think it was anything serious.
No, actually it looks like it was just a straight up pass. Jaden got down the inside of him. I don't see any spins that Brenton's had, so maybe it's straight up pace that Jaden was just able to get past him.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if where he was sitting before that, but that makes sense considering we can't see any issues that he's had. I'm just having a look back for Ian Bird to see if he's had any issues, and again I can't see any, so maybe it's just race pace.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, Ian's got actually Jaden had the oldest tyres out of that little group, so I'm not too sure with Ian whether he's just maybe just used up those tyres when he was trying to get up behind Jaden or what, but yeah, his pace is definitely slower for what we'd expect with the age of the tyres that he's got.
Yeah, it could be getting late and thinking about bedtime maybe.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's nearly 12 o'clock my time, so yeah, it's getting on a bit now.
Certainly is, and of course folks, once this race is wrapped up in 4 laps time, we'll be having post-race interviews, which hopefully won't go too long, so we can all go and get some shut-eye before tomorrow night, when RRTV will be back at 11:30 or something crazy like that to do the Le Mans 2.4. Then hopefully we'll back it up again on Sunday for the Selby Endurance Sports Car Championship.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how that Enduro goes. Actually, both of them, to be honest, will be quite good to watch. But yeah, I don't think I'll be around to jump behind the wheel, unfortunately.
It's not a problem. We've got Jeff Gauci at the moment. He's battling it out with Henry King, and these guys, what, 13th, 14th, and still battling on here.
Yeah, still a really good battle. Yeah, 13th and 14th. Jeff had a lap a couple of seconds quicker, so I think we may have seen Henry slightly run a little wide, but Henry just got back past him by the looks.
It looks like Jeff may be carrying new livery there as well, and a new sponsor on the side, which is Townsville Locksmiths, I think it said.
Yeah, that's a new livery for Jeff, I'm pretty certain. Or he's a little loose getting in towards the carousel there. I just can't think of what his previous car sponsor was, but I'm pretty certain it was white, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, Townsville Mobile Locksmiths is the sponsor of that car, so it's great to see another sponsor coming on board and backing another driver and team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what we love to see, is it gets the name out there. You know, it's not as big, obviously, or as expensive as what you'd spend on actual racing, but it's great to have the support of different businesses that are coming on board.
Yeah, definitely, and every little bit of backing counts, believe me.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, whether it be promotional stuff that we see some sponsors do, and you look at the likes of ERA with Logitech and that, Logitech might help assist with that, and at the same time ERA would help assist with promotions, like we've seen. Obviously, was it McLaren are doing the sim driver search at the moment, and ERA can assist them with sponsorship for that.
Yeah, exactly right, and it's great to see, isn't it? And I think it's only going to get better from as more people realise the return of investment they get is phenomenal compared to if they try to do it in real life, or like in real world.
Absolutely. I mean, you think of what it would cost you to put a car together for a major team and sponsor, and versus what you'd have to pay for repairs and the likes, and you get a name on here, you get a bit of broadcast coverage. It costs you absolutely nothing to be able to do it, but the amount of viewers that we get to these events now, and the exposure you get is phenomenal.
Yeah, well, the big advantage is with a lot of this stuff is that TV and that, once it's been broadcast, and it tends to disappear, apart from you might see highlights packs down the future, but all these broadcasts are pretty much up all the time. They don't get archived off, and people can watch them years to come, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I know I've seen myself go back through previous races where I've done really good just to watch that section where it was really good, and you don't have to worry about downloading it or going, oh god, I got rid of the video. It's there for you to check out any time.
Yeah, exactly right. So, oh man, I'm yawning again. Might have to have some more of my iced coffee.
Yeah, mate. Peg the nose and chug it down. You'll be right.
So if there's anyone out there that wants to sponsor RRTV with iced coffee, definitely interested.
You might have to look at was it Ice Break? I'm sure they'd be happy to get on board.
I was thinking Barista Brothers.
Well, yeah, that too, and that would work also.
Or that, what's that drink? Raw, Rare, Dare? Is it Dare? Yeah, Dare.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling thirsty, hungry. Let's have a Dare. Is that it?
No, that's an Oak.
There you go. That's why I don't have sponsors.
It's rather bad that I know that, isn't it?
It is. Oh, last lap. Better put the iced coffee down and call this, hey? So last lap, folks, and we can see now Ian Ford coming across to 10.9 seconds. I was just looking at all those rocks being flung up. That's pretty cool too. It's Bo Cubis, his teammate, running rear gunner at the moment, and it's looking good for ERT 1 and 2. And then Forza El Nabi, 18 seconds down. He's actually closed in by 3 seconds, but he's just run out of time here for Performance Chassis.
Yeah, which obviously we would have liked to have seen a really strong battle at the end there, and I'm sure Forzan and Marlon and that are going to look at what they can do differently to either squeeze a little more out of it or be up at the pointy end a little bit longer.
Yeah, and another thing that's interesting is both Synergy Sim racing cars, they've dropped off in the last 10 laps as far as speed goes. So that could be something to do with their setup.
Yeah, quite possibly. Although I'm just looking back through, if you look through 4th, 5th, and 6th, those times are separated by not a huge amount. It's what do we got? 6 tenths of a second between those three over a lap. So I think everyone's sort of feeling it now. The tyres are gone. We're nearing the end of fuel stints and that. So they might just be looking to nurse it with the last little bit of fuel they got in the tank as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. You can see now Ian's coming around the final corners here to take tonight's win. And that's round 18, folks, of... What's he doing? He's slowing down so they can do a 1-2. Now, wouldn't it be funny if Bo Cubis blew past? But he won't.
Well, I know I'd be tempted to try and put the nose up, but that's a bit of a dirty move, isn't it?
Yeah, no, he's going slow enough that he takes the win, and he does the old wiggle across the line. So the win tonight goes to Ian Ford in Evolution Racing Team 1, co-driven by Luke Harvey. Bo Cubis comes home in second, and the 227, Michael Cracknell was his teammate tonight. Then, of course, Fawzan El Nabi comes across in third. Marlon McMullen was his teammate. Coming home in fourth, Brenton Hobson in the 88, and I'm trying to think who partnered him. Followed by Riley Blythe home in fifth position in the number 67. 6, Jordan Ross in the 375 for Synergy Sim Racing. Then Thomas Hins comes home. Across the lines now for PFR Team GTI in 7th. Then the Borg boys come home 8th and 9th by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's a good result. I mean, good to see Brian and Jason with the laser car getting that up into 8th position after their start, and also Jaden for still some sports there.
Yeah, and Jaden, who was he teamed up with? Was that Pete?
Jaden was teamed up with...
Still Sim Sport 2.
With Daryl Hockey, so that's a great result for those two boys.
Yeah, so Peter Sattler's entry, that's the other Still Sim Sport. I'm trying to work out, he came home in 15th with Craig Jones, is that right?
Yeah, Pete was running with Craig Jones there tonight, which that's another good result. Obviously they had the issues where we saw that car in the wall just after the final pit stop, but that's a good recovery for them.
Yeah, and Ian Bird and I think it was Mark Samuel in the 032 come home in 12th. Henry King right behind in 13th in the Zuva entry. A good result there for Zuva Racing. And I guess we should go through the full results, shouldn't we, before we get to interviews, so everyone can see where their favourite team finished in tonight's race.
No worries. Well, obviously finishing first we have Evolution Racing Team 1. Second, Evolution Racing Team 227, Performance Motorsports Chassis number 3 in third. P4 was Synergy Sim Racing Car 1. Fifth was Evolution Racing Team Car 67. Sixth, we have Synergy Sim Racing 3. Seventh was PRF Team GTI 4. Eighth, Laser Racing Car 3. Ninth was Stealth Sim Sports Car 2, and rounding out the top 10 was Evolution Racing Team 026.
Home in 11s was Progression Racing Australia 1, followed by Redback Racing 032 and 12th. 13th, Zuva Racing. 14th, ERA MPMS number 96 in 14th, last of the cars on the lead lap. Then we had Redback Racing Team RRT 149 in 15th and one lap down, followed by Stealth Sim Sport 1 in 16th and Stealth Sim Sport 5 in 17th. Progression Racing Australia 3 home in 18th, followed by West End Mazda, the number 121, 19th, and rounding out your top 20 is Delta Force Racing, and they were 2 laps down.
In 24th we had Team Jai Potts 2 laps down as well. 22nd was Stealth Sim Sports 4. 3 laps down was West End Mazda car 323. 4 laps down we had Stealth Sim Sports number 3, and the guys that we had retired from the race early on, we had PRF Team GTI who finished in 25th, Race on Oz car 1 in 26th, Redback Racing car number 350 in 27th, Performance Motorsports Chassis number 4 finished in 28th, SDC Motorsports car 31 in 29th. Performance Motorsports Chassis number 1 in 30. Race on Oz car 91 was 31st. team Jared Lawson was 32nd, and the last two cars, which I don't think actually took the grid, was team Chris Hogan finishing 33rd and Gary Dawkins in P34, and that's our field for the night.
Yeah, and team Chris Hogan, they only got 3 laps into that race before retirement, so yeah, I'm not sure what happened to that car. You can see on screen at the moment one of the Zuva cars running out of fuel and running home, and of course on the main straight we've got who's that doing donuts? Man, some larrikin's burning up the things. Who is that?
Well, why not? You gotta make the most of what's left, and you reset for the next round, so you might as well destroy it now.
Oh, good old Brian Borg there. Man, that's not good for the environment.
No, it's not, but we've got another winner for this race, so we need another shoey from our winners.
So you're going to ask Ian for a shoey? Is that what?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'll bring him up, and you can ask him and Luke and see if they'll be all for that.
G'day, boys. We just welcome Ian Ford and Luke Harvey up into the combox. How are you tonight, fellas?
Yeah, pretty good now that race is over.
Yeah, well, Ian, congratulations, P1 tonight. Great result, mate, especially after the disappointment with how things turned out from Phillip Island.
Oh, it's a bit of a change. Obviously, we put everything behind us and put our heads down, and I think the results that have been coming in the way have been a lot of hard work for the team, and having an awesome co-driver like Luke doing the first stint after no practice it's pretty good.
Well, yeah, we made mention to keep an eye on you guys through the start of the race, because we've seen what you guys can do as far as fuel strategies are concerned in these events. How did you find the race the race went through for you guys?
I think Luke can answer this one. I pretty much just drove in clear air for the last couple of stints.
Yeah, we probably didn't have the best strategy, did we, 40? We did choose to come in from the lead there on lap 3 just to top up the tank. Got through some cars again, just about to pit, and the safety car came out again, so that sort of burnt us, put us back into 21st again, so had to carve away through the field again, and by that time my laps were up and handed the car back to 40.
That's great. And obviously, did you find much issue as far as setup for the car went? Obviously with the big right-handers that we have with the carousel and obviously the high-speed stuff through the kink and that, was there any issues that you guys experienced through that race?
No, look, 40 does an awesome job of setting the car up. He's spent a lot of time getting it right for this race. We were probably a little bit...
Massive shout out to Riley Blythe as well, who came 5th tonight. He also punched in a bit of time with the setup and made it what it was.
Yeah, that's right. And we're probably a little bit down on top end speed, but I think what we lost there we made up for in the technical stuff.
Yeah, well, it was a great performance from you fellas. Obviously, I think we looked at the stats. I think you had one more stop than the second car. So great result in that respects. Big question though: who is going to be doing the shoey after the round win tonight?
Definitely Luke.
Just about to say the same thing. Definitely 40.
So we'll see one from both of you then, and
we'll
be able to put up the highlights.
We'll try and get Brenton on board, and we'll make it a team effort. I think.
Oh, that'd be excellent. Before we let you go, Bernie, have you got some questions for the boys?
I was just going to bring up Michael Cracknell and tell him that the other two boys told us that he's doing the shoey.
Yep, definitely sounds good. I apologise as well, Bernie. Obviously the safety car came out at the wrong time and you missed out on a bit of a grandstand finish, but driving in clear air was quite nice.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I was actually trying to work out how to make a safety car come out, but no one would listen to me. Anyway, should we bring up Michael Cracknell? We'll have a quick chat with him, and then you boys can give a shout out to all your sponsors.
Yep, sounds good.
Hi Michael, welcome to RRTV's Combox. Congratulations on bringing that car home in second. That's right. With, who was it? Who were you driving with? Bo Cubis?
Yeah, it was Bo, yeah.
Fantastic. Now, while you were down there, Ian and Luke have decided that you have to do the shoey this week for ERT, and so we just thought we'd better let you know about that.
Well, it's going to have to be something non-alcoholic because I've got to work in an hour.
Oh, God. Yeah, okay. It's fine. So how'd your race go tonight anyway? It looked like it went pretty well, and that car of yours looked very, very competitive tonight.
Yeah, cheers, Bernie. Yeah, the car was very stable. It was very good to drive. I don't think I really had the pace in it that the Bo had, and yeah, like the third stint where I was in the car, I didn't feel all that sort of comfortable. It felt a little bit pushy, but a few adjustments on the bars and an adjustment of tyre pressures, it sort of, we found the speed in it again. So all in all, it was pretty good. We just sort of, first couple of stints, we just wanted to stay out of trouble and let everyone else sort of battle and make contact and that sort of thing, and just try and be there at the end.
Yeah, well, the first part of the race, the start and the first 3 or 4 laps, there's a lot of trouble to avoid, that's for sure, and looks like you managed to do that pretty well.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what was happening behind us, but on the voice chat it did sound like that there was a fair bit going on. But up front it was a really good battle early on between Forzan and Sean, and I just sort of sat back and watched, just had a watching brief over that for a little bit and see where I end up.
Yeah, we noticed as the race went on, especially down Canada Corner, there was a lot of dirt that was building up on the apex of that corner as well as mid corner. How difficult did you guys find negotiating that as the race went on?
Oh, look, not too bad. I don't think it really affected the grip too much. It probably looked worse than what it was. It didn't really affect our times too much, so we just drove through it and it wasn't too bad.
Fantastic. Well, Daniel, do you have any more questions for Michael?
No, mate. I think you've got it all summed up.
Awesome. Well, the only thing left is I'm not sure who needs to do the sponsor call out, but I've got my check sheet here and I'll be grading you guys.
Off you go, 40.
Okay, it's like obviously congratulations to Bo as well. He couldn't be bothered coming across here because I think it's well past his bedtime since he's now a senior driver. Obviously, just like to thank Logitech G. Awesome things come from them. Obviously, steering wheels, pedals, shifters, that sort of thing. GTI springs, always in our pedals, and as you can see, they usually do the job of pulling the car up before we hit someone else. So, unless it's a teammate, of course. But moving on, obviously MPMS racing simulators. If you're down in West End, have a bit of a whirl around there and have a little try of some of their motion simulators. And MS Limited.
I think you've forgotten something.
Joel Real Timing. It didn't really help with our strategy today because human error, but you know it usually helps us along the way and lets us see where everyone else is.
I think you got most of them now. Well done. You don't get 10 out of 10 though, because I had to prompt you, but I'll give you a half because you did mention your senior driver. What would you rank him, Daniel?
Oh, look, I think it's a solid 9.5.
Solid 9.5. All right. Anyway, guys, thanks for popping in. Congratulations to 1-2 once more for ERT. And I think Riley came home in 5th and Brenton O'Brien came home in 10th. So a good result all around.
Yeah, certainly a good result. Brenton, we'll try and get Brenton to do a shoey. If he doesn't, then we'll just have to mention what happened with about 7 laps to go. But you know, if not, you can always have a little bit of a browse back and see what happened.
We're trying to find what happened. We couldn't pick anything up though, but we're definitely looking to try and work out what was going on. But we never found it. Anyway, I'll go and have a look. But anyway, guys, thanks for coming up. Michael, you better go and get your hours sleep before you go to work.
Oh man, that's alright. I slept till 5 o'clock this afternoon, so I'm fine.
No worries. Well, thanks, guys, and we'll see you next round. I think we have a week off, and then we're back for another 2 rounds of the AOSC before this season wraps up.
No worries. Thanks, Bernie. Thanks, Daniel.
So, folks, our final interview for tonight will be Thomas Hins for PFR Team GTI 4. This car was the number 52, and they came home in 7th position. So if I bring him up, did you want to start?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we can do that. G'day, Thomas. Welcome to the RRTV commentary box, mate.
Pep, thank you for having me on.
How'd you go out there tonight? It was obviously a long race, 3.5 hours thereabouts. Obviously, quite a bit of interest at the start. What were your takes on it, mate?
Yeah, it was certainly interesting. Yeah, I think it's a lot of the start there obviously pretty hectic. You know, I don't know if some of the drivers maybe, I know it's maybe they don't quite switch into endurance mode. You know, at the start of these races, the sort of maybe the autopilot kicks in. You know, of fighting, you know, for every single position like in that first lap. Especially hard, especially when you're in shorter races, you're going to have to. But in enduros, you know, to me at least, a lot of it at the start is just, you know, keeping it clean, and then at the end you can think about really fighting to the death. So it was interesting trying to get through all that. As always with me, I just tried to keep it clean and not have any major contact. I just kept it out of the trouble early on. Fortunately for Sean, I was right behind Sean when he had an incident with one of the other cars that was his first sort of one of many from what I was hearing throughout the race. But thankfully for us, for me and Brody, we managed to have a pretty clean race, really. You know, we managed to dodge the carnage early on, which was good. We got lucky probably there and being in the right position to avoid that. And we just sort of kept plugging away. I think we're in about 6th or 5th after I got out the first stint, and Brody got in and he did a fantastic job. You know, he just kept it clean, kept consistent. You know, dropped back a little bit, but didn't have any major incidents, which was the main thing. That's all we wanted, just to keep it out of trouble, to be there at the end. And then when I got back in again, I think I was about 14th, pitted under that last caution. Thankfully, most of the other guys around me did as well, so I didn't end up losing much from doing it. And then just plugged away at the end there and got a few passes done. A few others had to pit, different strategies to us, and I think there was Satler had an incident. There was a few with penalties and stuff, so found ourselves in 7th. And really that last stint was a very, very quiet last stint. I was just keeping on the track, keeping consistent, just sort of driving to the gap behind, making sure I didn't let Borgie get too close, and he sort of fell off at the end, which was good. So yeah, no, it was good. It was a good, very smooth race. We didn't really have any major incidents, which was great. It's good to finally have one of these races where we didn't have something major go wrong, although Spa was like that as well. We had a relatively good one there with lack of major incidents. No, it was really good. Really enjoyed it. Just glad to get another top 10 in one of these enduros.
Yeah, well, it's another. I think we've seen most of the season this time. You guys have been up in the top 10 thereabouts. Did you find, obviously with the length of the runs we're having, any issues as far as tyres went, especially on that left-hand side?
I think I actually found it really nice. The tyres, I didn't really have any major issues at all, actually, come to think of it, throughout the stints. But I think, again, I've noticed this from leagues I do outside of iRacing, RF2, and on iRacing as well. It's good to know that translates to iRacing as well, because I notice I'm generally, my thing is I try and minimise like wheel spin or slides and just try and be smooth. That's sort of what I do, and so usually I'm not, as fast as the likes of Alnabi maybe, or those kind of guys, but all the really fast guys, the Fords or whatever. But I'm just sort of thereabouts. I just sort of plug away, solid laps every lap, and just try and keep mistakes to a minimum, and just keep the tyres clean, and just try not to push them too hard so that they'll last, well for the stint. I've noticed that, as I said with Brian at that last stint. I had just fresher rubber, but by the end there I started to gap him quite nicely, and I noticed in the first stint as well, when Harvey passed me, he sort of barreled up on me, got past, and then I pretty much hang off the back of him for the rest of that stint. Basically kept it within about a second and a half for the rest of the stint. I know slipstreams there and all that sort of thing, but that just kind of
confirm what I already said to you about that. So no, for me personally, no, they were all nice. I was trying the last lap of the race there. I did sort of, I'll admit, I did sort of push because I wanted to try and finish on a PB, but I was just low about half a tenth in the end, so I didn't quite get it. But yeah, I know I found them quite nice for me personally, which isn't throughout it. But yeah, again, as I said, it's just good to know from my view that my sort of style of driving with the tyres works with iRacing like it has with the likes of RF2 and other sims.
Yeah, excellent. And Benny, have you got a couple of questions you had for Thomas at all?
No, I think you pretty much covered it. The only thing, Thomas, is give a shout out to all your sponsors and congratulations on 7th tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much, Benny, and again, thank you guys for the broadcast as always. Fantastic stuff. But yeah, shout out to Edge Auto support for the support, and especially the Ford livery. Obviously, they run when I do individual events. The personalised one now that I run with the little nickname on the back there of the wing. Big thanks to them, of course, because love that livery. I think it's a super pretty livery. Suits the Ford so well. I really love that livery. Obviously GTI, big thanks to them, of course, and of course Carney, our two major sponsors, and Race Centre as well, as I know they're on the car as well, and they support us as well. So yeah, big thanks to all those guys for the support. The team always very much appreciated, and good to have their very pretty sponsorship on the cars. And again, as I broken record, apologies to you guys for constantly saying it, but again, big thanks to the team as always, and to Brody as well. I've got to give big kudos to Brody. Today he drove really, really well, and just once again, really fantastic job from him and just everybody in the team for making it such an enjoyable place to race at.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see you back on the track in a fortnight, because of course next week is an off week for AOSC. But I think we've only got 2 more rounds of this series to run after that, so getting to the business end.
Yeah, indeed. No, it's it should be just quickly. Should be. I'll be aiming just do what I do, as you mentioned. I think Daniel mentioned there. I'll just try and keep the top 10s coming along. So I think I'm 6th in the overall. I think I might be 5th in the non-endurance or something like that. So I'll just try and keep doing what I do. Just keep getting the top 10s and see if I can hold on to a top 10. Would be good. If I can get a top 5 in the overall, that'd be really cool. But I'll take a top 10 if I can hold on for that for the last couple of rounds. So, yeah. But no, looking forward to it. And big thanks again to Nick and all the guys at AOSC running the show. It's great fun. I've always enjoyed every week, and look forward to getting back into it after the break.
Yeah, no worries. So we'll see you then, and thanks for popping up, Thomas.
Yeah, no worries at all. Thank you.
So we can see there the Supercar is actually parked on the straight. So anyway, I don't think there's any drivers in there. Daniel, pretty good race tonight, and quite action-packed, really.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously we saw all that little bit of carnage in the opening stint, and those few issues we had with gridding, but all in all, I mean, once the safety cars sort of came into play and everything sort of settled down, we saw some really good driving from everyone involved.
It certainly did, and I think that the first part of the madness was, I think a lot of people were probably put out by possibly the grid. You sort of jump in the car and get taken by surprise, and all of a sudden everyone goes a bit mental for a bit, but it sorted it out. The strategy was great tonight, the pace was good, and there was a lot of battles right through the field, so I think that made it quite entertaining as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think we didn't really struggle to find any good battles, certainly out there on track. So that's great for the guys that are running in the series field to put on a show like they have. Obviously the viewers, as they're watching it, do appreciate it as well, and it makes it enjoyable for us not having to sort of sit there and think of ways to entertain when the racing's as good as it was.
Yeah, exactly right. So, folks, we're pretty much getting to the end of our broadcast tonight, but if you want to see some more action, tune in tomorrow night at some godforsaken hour. Check out our Facebook page in case it doesn't go ahead. But, the Le Mans 2.4 hour is scheduled for tomorrow night. Then, of course, the Selby Endurance Championship on Sunday. Again, keep an eye on the Facebook page in case that doesn't go ahead, and because we're a bit short of commentators for that broadcast. But Daniel, I think it gets to the end of another night, but thank you very much for joining me tonight. Hope you've enjoyed it. I've definitely enjoyed your company and the expertise you bring to these broadcasts, and hopefully we'll see you back in the seat in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, definitely. No, look, thanks again to yourself, obviously, for giving me a shout out. Our sponsors for this with Pagnium and Next Level Racing, and obviously the time that you put in to be able to put on a show for everyone as well.
Yeah, no worries. And folks, if you're looking for a great sim rigs and that, go and check out Pagnium Advanced Simulation and their Next Level Racing rigs. They're very, very good indeed. But until next week, folks, we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. On behalf of Daniel Lead, I'm Bernie Weemers, and have a great morning, I guess we could say, 12:20, and we look forward to your company again very soon. Good night.